I'm 70 years old now, a Vietnam vet who thought he'd seen the worst life could throw at him back in the war. I was wrong. After I got out of the service, I came back to Los Angeles and started over. With what little I'd saved from the Army, I opened a small restaurant called Mary's Kitchen, named after my mom who'd passed when I was young. It was just a little spot, nothing fancy, serving up burgers, fries, and apple pie, the kind of food that warms your soul. I never expected it to take off the way it did. Pretty soon, it was a local favorite, packed every night with folks who loved the home-cooked vibes. That place gave me a life I never thought I'd have. Full, happy, damn near perfect. I met Linda, the love of my life, a woman with a smile that could light up the darkest days. We got married, had 2 amazing kids. Michael, 32, a sharp engineer with big dreams, and Emily, 30, a sweet elementary school teacher who give you the shirt off her back. We all lived together in this nice house out in the LA suburbs, big trees, quiet streets, the works. Every night, we'd sit around the dinner table laughing, talking about their jobs, planning weekends. At 70, I'd look around and think, man, I made it. After all that hell in Vietnam, I've got everything I need right here. Then came November 15th, 2024. It was one of those dry, windy nights in LA. Too dry, too windy. We'd been hearing about wildfires on the news, how the Santa Ana winds were kicking up trouble, how the drought had turned the hills into a tinderbox. I didn't think much of it. Fires happened out there, not here. That night, we were all home, just finished dinner, sprawled out in the living room watching some old movie Linda loved. Around 10 p.m., I caught a whiff of smoke. Sharp, thick, wrong. I bolted outside and saw it. The sky glowing red over Hollywood Hills, sparks dancing in the wind. "Guys, we gotta go now," I yelled, my heart pounding. It all went to hell so fast. Before we could grab anything, the fire was on us. A big pine tree out back got knocked over by the wind, smashed into the power lines, and sent sparks flying onto our roof. Next thing I knew, the house was burning. Linda screamed, "Michael, Emily, get out!" I ran to the kitchen where Michael was wrestling with a fire extinguisher, flames already licking up the curtains. "Forget it, son! Run!" I shouted, yanking him toward the door. Emily and Linda were heading for the back exit, but the smoke was so thick I could barely see. I heard Linda call out, "John, help me!" And Emily coughing, choking. I tried to get to them, but a beam crashed down from the ceiling, blocking my way. The heat was unbearable, the smoke blinding. I pushed at that damn beam with everything I had, screaming their names, "Linda, Michael, Emily!" But the fire roared back louder. I don't know how I got out. Maybe a firefighter dragged me from the wreckage. I don't remember. I woke up in a hospital bed, hooked to machines, and they told me the news. Linda, Michael, and Emily didn't make it. The fire took them, took our house, took everything. I was the only one left. The insurance folks came through quick with a fat check, enough to rebuild the house, start over if I wanted. But money? It's just paper now. What good is it when I've lost Linda, my rock for 40 years, the woman who held me through every nightmare? When I've lost Michael, my strong, brilliant boy, and Emily, my little girl with a heart bigger than the world? They were my whole damn life, and without them, I'm nothing but an empty shell. They fixed up the house, new walls, new floors, same address. But I can't set foot in there. Every room's a ghost town of memories. Linda's armchair where she'd knit. The dining table where Michael and Emily would ramble about their days. The kitchen where we'd bake pies together. It's all still there in my head, but they're not. Walking in feels like drowning, like the walls are closing in, mocking me for failing them. I keep asking myself why I didn't see it coming. Why didn't I get them out faster? I'm a vet, for God's sake. I faced bullets, pulled guys out of burning jungles, yet I couldn't save my own family. I survived Vietnam just to live through this, and I'd trade places with them in a heartbeat if I could. I walked away from that house and didn't look back. Started wandering the streets of LA like some lost soul. Days blurred together, I'd shuffle past busy crowds, feeling like I didn't belong. Nights, I'd crash on park benches or under bridges, clutching Linda's old coat, the only thing I salvaged from the ashes. Some nights, I'd stand on a bridge, staring down at the dark water, thinking how easy it'd be to jump. No family, no home, no point in going on. I was done. One rainy afternoon, I was huddled under the awning of some abandoned shop, soaked and shivering. This kid, maybe 8 years old, ran up to me in a beat-up yellow raincoat, holding a torn umbrella. "Hey, mister, you cold?" "Here," he said, shoving a warm sandwich into my hands. I looked up, caught those big, clear eyes of his, and it hit me. Emily. She used to teach kids like him, always talking about their little kindnesses. "Thanks, kid," I mumbled, my voice cracking. He grinned and said, "My mom says God's with sad people. Don't be sad, okay?" Then he darted off, leaving me with that sandwich and something stirring inside me I hadn't felt in a while. His words stuck with me, rattling around in my head. I remembered my mom taking me to church as a kid, teaching me to pray when things got tough. I'd buried that part of me long ago, but that day, it flickered back to life. I got up, walked through the rain, and somehow ended up at this little church in an old part of town. The door was open, warm light spilling out. I stepped inside, dripping wet, and sank into the back pew. A preacher was up front, his voice steady and kind. God doesn't leave us, even when we think we're not worth saving. It cut through me like a knife, not in a bad way, but like it was waking me up. After the sermon, the preacher came over. "You need something, son?" he asked, no judgment in his eyes. I couldn't hold it in. I told him everything. The fire, my family, the guilt eating me alive. He listened, then put a hand on my shoulder. "You're not alone. God kept you here for a reason." He led me to a little corner with a cross and some candles. "Pray," he said, "not for you, for the ones hurting out there." That night, I knelt down, tears streaming. "God, I've lost it all. I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for everyone else who's suffering. I know how bad this pain is, losing the people you love, losing hope. If I can take it for them, let me. Spare them what I'm going through." As I prayed, this warmth spread through me like Linda, Michael, and Emily were right there, smiling. I knew God heard me. After that, things changed. I didn't go back to the house, couldn't face it. Instead, I stayed at the church's shelter, started helping out, cooking meals, handing out clothes, sitting with folks who'd lost as much as me. I talk about Linda, Michael, and Emily, not to wallow, but to remind myself and others how precious life is, even when it's short. Every day, I pray for families who've lost homes to fires, for people fighting sickness, for kids like that boy with the sandwich. I'd take all their pain if I could, carry it so they don't have to. I know what it's like, and I don't want anyone else to feel it. Now, at 70, I'm not looking for a way out anymore. I'm here to give hope, even if it's just a kind word or a warm meal. Linda, Michael, and Emily are gone, but I feel them watching me. Proud I'm still fighting. I'll keep going, for them, for everyone, until I see them again someday. Hey everyone, my name's John Anderson. I'm 70 years old from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm not here to sing or dance or anything like that. I'm here to tell you my story. A story about war, loss, hitting rock bottom, and somehow finding a way back to the light. I don't know if it's good enough to move you, but I hope it might give someone out there a little bit of hope, the way it did for me. Back in the day, over 50 years ago, I was a combat medic in Vietnam. I was 25, young, full of fire, but war snuffs that out faster than you can blink. I'll never forget one afternoon in the jungle, hot, sticky, the kind of air that clings to you. All hell broke loose when we got ambushed, bullets flying, bombs shaking the ground. I was patching up a guy when I heard someone yelling for help. It was Tim, this kid, barely 18, blonde hair, blue eyes, looked like he'd just stepped out of high school. He was lying there, blood pouring from his chest. "Tim, hang on, buddy. You're gonna be okay," I told him, trying to keep my voice steady, but I knew it was bad. He grabbed my hand, weak as anything, and whispered, "Tell my mom I was brave. Her name's Linda, from Kansas City." I did everything I could, bandaged him up, pressed down hard to stop the bleeding, but he slipped away right there in my arms. Tim died holding on to me, and I never got the chance to find his mom and tell her what he said. Those eyes of his, that last look he gave me, it's burned into me forever. War is not just the guns and the bombs. It's the faces, the stories, the lives cut short. I saw thousands die, families torn apart, kids losing their parents, moms sobbing over their sons' bodies. I felt for them deep in my bones because I knew what it was to lose someone. Every time I saved a guy, I felt like I mattered. But every time I couldn't, I felt like a failure. I saw too much evil, too much misery, and sometimes I wondered why we humans do this to each other. When the war ended, I came home, but I wasn't the same John anymore. My dreams were full of screams and blood. I'd wake up shaking, seeing Tim's face or the others I couldn't save. Sleep became my enemy. But I had my mom, Mary. She was my rock, the only family I had left. She'd say to me, "John, you should open a flower shop. Flowers heal people. They bring joy." It was her dream, and I figured I'd make it come true. So, with the little money I'd scraped together from my army pay, I opened a tiny shop in Lincoln called Mary's Blossoms. I loved the smell of roses and carnations, loved seeing people light up when they got a bouquet. Mom worked with me, and for the first time since the war, I felt some peace. I thought maybe I'd found a way to keep going, to soothe the scars in my soul. But life doesn't let you off that easy. One day, Mom started coughing, deep, nagging coughs that wouldn't quit. I took her to the doctor, and they hit us with the news. Lung cancer, stage 4. I couldn't believe it. This strong woman who'd carried me through my darkest days was slipping away. I threw everything I had into saving her. Sold the flower shop, sold our little house, anything to pay the hospital bills. I'd sit by her bed, holding her hand, begging her not to leave me. But 6 months later, she was gone. I can still see her last moment. She looked at me, gave me this weak smile and said, "John, you're my pride." Then her eyes closed. Losing Mom broke me. I had nothing left. No home, no shop, no reason to keep breathing. I ended up homeless, wandering the streets, eating scraps people tossed my way. I hated life, hated myself. Why couldn't I have done more for her? Why couldn't I save Tim or her or anyone I cared about? I felt like a nobody, a guy who'd let down everyone who ever mattered. Nights were the worst. I'd sit there in the rain, freezing, staring at the sky, thinking about giving up. I didn't care anymore. The fight in me was gone. I'd survived a war, but I couldn't survive myself. I'd drift around, no direction, just waiting for it all to end. Then, one cold, rainy day in March 2025, something shifted. I don't know what pulled me there, but I stumbled into this little church. There was a sign out front. Everyone's welcome. I was shivering, starving, just looking for a place to warm up, but I stayed for the sermon. The preacher talked about God's love, how He's there for the broken, the lost. It hit me hard, like a crack in the wall I'd built around my heart. I remembered being a kid when Mom would take me to church, when I still believed life had a point. After the service, the preacher came over to me. He didn't care that I looked like a mess or smelled like cheap booze. He just asked, "Son, what's your story?" I spilled it all: war, Tim, Mom, the streets. He listened, no judgment, then said, "God hasn't given up on you. Want to stay here?" The church had a little shelter, and I said yes. That place became my lifeline. I met people like me, folks who'd lost their homes, their families, their hope. We stuck together, held each other up. One day, this young woman, Sarah, showed up with her kid, Mikey. He was sick as a dog, coughing and burning up with fever. I remembered my medic days and stepped in, gave him some medicine, cooled his forehead with a wet cloth. Mikey looked up at me with these big, clear eyes and said, "You're like my grandpa. He used to take care of me when I was sick." That hit me like a ton of bricks. I thought of Mom, how she'd nursed me through fevers, and I broke down right there. That night, I knelt by my cot in the shelter and prayed for the first time in years. I said, "God, I've seen too much pain, war, my life, the people around me. If I can do anything, let me carry their hurt. I'm not praying for me. I'm praying for everyone else. Let them have warmth, happiness, even if I've got to take the weight." Right then, I felt this warmth flood my chest, like a soft light wrapping around me. I knew God was real. He'd been there all along, giving me a second chance. From that moment, I turned things around. I stopped living for myself. I started volunteering at the shelter, cooking meals, cleaning up, listening to people's stories. I'd tell them about my life, how I'd lost everything but found a reason to keep going. I wanted them to know that no matter how far you fall, there's always a hand reaching down to pull you up. Every night I pray, not for me, for the people out there hurting, for the ones with no roof over their heads like I was, for the moms who lost sons like Tim's mom, for the folks fighting sickness like my mom did. I'd take all their pain if I could, carry it on my shoulders so they could live free and happy. I believe God hears me, and He's guiding me every step. Standing here on this stage, I'm not chasing fame or cash. I just want to share my story, to tell you that no matter how tough life gets, there's hope. I was a broken man once, but now I live for others. I can't change the past, can't bring Tim back, can't hold Mom again, but I can make a difference today. And that's what I'm doing, one day at a time. Thanks for listening. I hope my story lights a spark for someone who needs it. And if Linda from Kansas City, Tim's mom, is out there somewhere, I want her to know, your boy was brave. He fought till the end, and I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you sooner.
I was young, just 25, thrown into the fire. Jungle nights and battle cries, blood on every wire. Tim was just a kid, 18, with eyes so bright and blue. Held his hand as life slipped free, couldn't see it through. He said, "Tell my mom I fought with pride," then faded in my arms. A promise lost, a wound inside, beneath the war's cruel charms. Shadows of the brave, they haunt me every night. Faces in the flames, I couldn't hold them tight. Through the pain and the rain, I carried all their cries. Lost my way, but found a flame in the Savior's eyes. Came back home a broken man, dreams of death and guns. Mom said flowers heal my son, so we built one. Mary's blossoms bloom so sweet, a refuge from the fight. But cancer stole her from my reach, left me in the night. Sold it all, house and store, to keep her here with me. Still she slipped beyond the door, left me lost at sea. Shadows of the brave, they haunt me every night. Faces in the flames, I couldn't hold them tight. Through the pain and the rain, I carried all their cries. Lost my way, but found a flame in the Savior's eyes. Streets became my bed of stone, cold and all alone. Blamed myself for what I'd known, a heart turned to bone. Rain would fall, I'd sit and stare, no will to see the dawn. Thought my story ended there, a soul too far gone. Then a church with open arms, a sign that called me in. Heard a voice through all the storms, where hope could begin. Shadows of the brave, they haunt me every night. Faces in the flames, I couldn't hold them tight. Through the pain and the rain, I carried all their cries. Lost my way, but found a flame in the Savior's eyes.
Hello everyone, my name is James, a former soldier of the U.S. Army. Today I stand before you to share my life story, a story of war, loss, and a journey to rediscover faith amid suffering. I was once a soldier, carrying a gun, fighting battles I never wanted to remember. The sound of gunfire, the screams, and the sight of my fallen comrades still haunt me every night. I despise the killing, and I despise myself for being a part of it. So, when I was discharged, I made a promise to myself. I would never return to that life. I wanted something different, a life of peace, free from bloodshed and sorrow. During my years of service, there was one moment that changed me forever. It was a dark night on the battlefield, and my unit was trapped in a dangerous forest. Explosions roared around us, and death felt imminent. Amidst the chaos, I heard someone whispering a prayer. It was Andrew, a dear comrade of mine. Despite being gravely wounded, he prayed not just for himself, but for all of us. God is with us. "He will not abandon us," he said, his voice weak but unwavering. When I looked into his eyes, I didn't see fear. I saw an unshakable peace. The next morning, reinforcements arrived just in time, but Andrew didn't make it. I will never forget that night, nor the steadfast faith he had in God, even as he lay dying. I returned home with the money I had saved during my service. I had a simple dream: to open a flower shop. My mother loved flowers. When I was a child, she often told me that flowers symbolize life, hope, and the love that God bestows upon us. After years of war and destruction, I felt the deepest need to bring beauty back into the world. So, I invested all my savings into a small flower shop by the roadside. But life had other plans. Just a week after opening, my mother fell seriously ill. A cruel, relentless disease took hold of her, draining her strength day by day. I sold everything I had to afford her treatment, but in the end, I couldn't save her. She slipped away from me, and with her, my purpose seemed to vanish. The flower shop closed, the money was gone, and I was left with nothing but grief and regret. I became homeless, wandering from place to place, blaming myself for not being able to save the one person who had always loved me unconditionally. For a long time, I was lost in despair. I questioned everything: my past, my choices, and even God. Why did he let me lose her? Why did he take away the only thing I had left? I roamed the streets, burdened by guilt, feeling unworthy of forgiveness or love. I slept on cold benches, ate whatever scraps I could find, and avoided the eyes of those who pitied me. I was nothing. Then, one night, something happened. It was raining heavily, and I had nowhere to go. I found shelter under the awning of an old church. As I curled up shivering, I heard soft humming from inside. It was an old hymn, one that my mother used to sing when I was a child. The melody wrapped around me like a warm embrace. Without thinking, I stepped inside. An elderly pastor saw me, his eyes filled not with pity, but with kindness. He didn't ask why I was there. Instead, he handed me a blanket and simply said, "You are never alone." That night, I wept for the first time in years. I prayed, really prayed, for the first time since Andrew's last words on the battlefield. I didn't ask for anything. I just surrendered everything I had been carrying. And in that moment, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: peace. It was as if God had been waiting for me all along, patiently, through the war, the loss, and the wandering. He had never abandoned me. I had just stopped looking for him. Since that night, my life has slowly begun to change. I started helping out at the church, doing small tasks in exchange for meals and a place to sleep. I found purpose in serving others, offering a kind word to those who were struggling, just as that pastor had done for me. Over time, I realized that suffering doesn't mean God has forsaken us. It means He is preparing us for something greater. Every wound, every loss, every hardship has shaped me into the man I am today. I don't have much now, but I have faith, and that is more than enough. If there's one thing I've learned through it all, it's this: no matter how far you've fallen, no matter how lost you feel, God is always there, waiting for you to turn back to Him. And when you do, you'll find that He has never left your side. Thank you for listening.
I walk through fire, I walk through rain, carry the weight, carry the pain. Echoes of gunfire still haunt my dreams, lost in the dark, torn at the seams. But in the night I hear a voice, a whisper soft, a sacred choice. You are not alone, my child, stand tall. Through the storm I've seen it all. So I lift my hands, though they shake. I kneel down, though my heart breaks. Through the ashes, through the cries, I see your love in my mother's eyes. I came back home, a shattered man. Tried to heal with soil and sand. wanted roses, lilies too. A dream for her, a life renewed. But the seasons changed, the days grew cold, the flowers wilted, stories untold. I held her hand, watched her fade, prayed for mercy, but she slipped away. I screamed at heaven, I cursed the sky, asking why you let her die. Falling deeper, drowning slow, lost in sorrow, lost in woe. So I lift my hands, though they shake. I kneel down, though my heart breaks. Through the ashes, through the cries, I see your love in my mother's eyes. Now I wander, a weary soul, through empty streets with nowhere to go. The world keeps moving, I stand still, trying to find your hand, your will. Then one night beneath the stars, a stranger knelt and healed my scars, offered me hope, a place to stay, told me, son, don't lose your way. So I lift my hands, though they shake. I kneel down, though my heart breaks. Through the ashes, through the cries, I see your love in my mother's eyes. Now I walk with light steps, not alone, not bereft. Through the valleys, through the night, I know my God will guide my life. Through the valleys, through the night, I know my God will guide my life.
I don't remember much about the day I was born, but the people at the orphanage, the ones who took me in, told me the story when I was old enough to understand. They said I was left in a little basket, placed carefully at the doorstep of the orphanage early one morning. There was a small piece of paper beside me, but it only had a few words written on it, words I would never know. All I knew was that I was alone, abandoned. When they told me this, something inside me broke. I couldn't help but imagine what it was like for my mother. What must have gone through her mind when she left me there? Was it too much for her to bear, seeing me with two heads, a body so different from all the other children? I never understood why I was this way, but as I grew up, I came to believe that my condition was the reason my mother walked away. I was never like the other kids. At first, I didn't realize it, but as time went on, I started to feel it. The strange looks, the whispers behind my back, two heads, two faces, two minds. It was too much for everyone, it seemed. Even at the orphanage, the other kids avoided me, not because they were mean, but because they were scared of what I was. And I could feel that fear. I could feel the rejection. I spent many nights lying awake, staring at the ceiling of my tiny room, wondering why this had happened to me. Why had I been born like this? What did I do wrong? Was I not good enough to be loved? Why didn't my mother want me? But there came a time, a moment, when things started to change. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe the quiet of the night, or the soft whisper of the wind through the window. But I suddenly understood. I realized that the pain my mother must have felt was something I couldn't fathom. I couldn't hate her anymore. I couldn't hate her for leaving me behind, because maybe she didn't know how to love me. Maybe she couldn't understand what I was, and maybe she thought it was too much for her to carry. I realized, too, that I had been carrying that same anger and hurt in my heart for so long, and it was only holding me back. I had been so focused on my pain that I had never stopped to think about her pain. She must have been scared, confused, and unsure. I couldn't imagine what it was like for her to look at me and feel that heartbreak. And so, in the silence of that room, I forgave her. I let go of all the anger and the questions that had been tormenting me for so long. It wasn't easy, and it didn't happen overnight, but I started to understand that love wasn't about perfection. It wasn't about being the same as everyone else. Love is about acceptance. And in that moment, I accepted myself. I accepted that I had two heads, that I was different, and that was okay. I didn't need to be angry anymore. I didn't need to feel sorry for myself, because I knew that despite everything, I was still worthy of love. And I knew that somehow my mother had loved me too, in her own way, even if she couldn't show it. I began to feel a peace I had never known before, a peace that came from understanding, not just of her, but of myself. And most of all, I felt the love of God. In that moment, I realized that no matter what, God had never abandoned me. He had always been there, guiding me, loving me through the darkness. And with that love, I found the strength to forgive my mother, to forgive myself, and to stop hating what I couldn't change. I no longer feel like the abandoned child in the basket, left at the door of the orphanage. I don't feel alone anymore, because I know that I am loved, and I know that no matter how different I am, God will always be with me.
I've been walking this road alone, with nothing but my thoughts to keep me warm. The world's been hard, but I've stayed strong. I'm learning who I am, where I belong. The past tries to hold me down, but I rise above, I don't turn around. With every step, I find my way. I'll keep pushing through, come what may. I've been broken, I've been bruised, but I'll keep fighting, I won't lose. The dark can't keep me from the light. I'll find my strength and take flight. Through the pain, I will soar. I'll keep believing in something more. No matter the storm, no matter the fight, I'll rise again, stronger than before. I've been left behind, but I don't mind. I've learned to love myself, I've found peace of mind. The world can stare, they can turn away, but I'll stand tall, I'll make my way. The weight may be heavy, but I carry it well. I've learned to forgive, I've learned to tell the story of my heart, my soul, my truth. I won't let anything steal my youth. I've been broken, I've been bruised, but I'll keep fighting, I won't lose. The dark can't keep me from the light. I'll find my strength and take flight. Through the pain, I will soar. I'll keep believing in something 'cause in the end, love will light the way. I've been broken, I've been bruised, but I'll keep fighting, I won't lose. The dark can't keep me from the light. I'll find my strength and take flight. Through the pain I will soar. I'll keep believing in something more. No matter the storm, no matter the fight, I'll rise again, stronger than before. I'll rise once more. With love and hope, I'll soar.
I stand before you not as a performer, nor as one seeking applause. No lights shine for me, no music plays in the background. I do not ask for your admiration, only your ears to listen and your hearts to understand. For I have walked among them. Through the streets of Gaza, where the air is thick with dust and sorrow, where the wind does not carry laughter, but the echoes of cries left unanswered. I stepped through broken doorways, over shattered bricks, past walls that once held pictures of families, but now hold only the scars of destruction. I did not come with an army. I did not come with riches or weapons of war. I came with only my hands, my feet, and my heart. To bless, to heal, to walk beside those who have been forgotten. Let me tell you of the souls I met. The first man I saw knelt in the rubble of his home, his fingers tracing the remains of what was once his children's bedroom. His hands were covered in dust, his clothes torn, his face streaked with sorrow. He held a small wooden toy, its paint chipped and faded, the last remnant of a child no longer there. I stood beside him, silent, as he wept into his calloused hands. His shoulders shook with the weight of grief no man should bear. I placed my hand upon his back. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. He did not look at me, but his sobs slowed. His fingers tightened around the broken toy, holding on to the last piece of his child's memory. And for a moment, he was not alone. Further down the road, I saw a young boy, no older than 10, struggling to carry a jug of water. His small frame bent under its weight, his bare feet kicking up dust with every weary step. His arms shook, his breath was heavy, but he did not stop. I walked beside him, matching his pace. "Where are you going?" I asked. He did not lift his head. "To my mother," he whispered. "She is sick. She needs water." I reached for the jug and lifted it from his tired arms. His body sagged with relief, but he hesitated. He had learned that kindness was rare. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." His small hands fell to his sides. His eyes, wide with exhaustion, softened. And for the first time in days, he allowed himself to be a child again. In the shadow of a collapsed building, a woman sat on the ground, cradling the lifeless hand of a man buried beneath the rubble. Her fingers traced his knuckles, her lips pressed to his cold skin. She did not cry. Her grief had gone beyond tears. I knelt beside her, watching as she rocked gently, as if time had stopped. "My son," she murmured. "He promised he would come home." I placed my hand over hers, over the fingers that refused to let go. "I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me will live, even though they die." She did not move, did not speak, but she turned her face toward the sky. In the ruins of a mosque, an elderly man knelt on a prayer rug covered in dust. His hands, frail and wrinkled, trembled as he whispered prayers not for himself, but for others. For the hungry, for the sick, for the orphans who had no one left to hold them. He did not look up as I approached. His voice was cracked, weak from fasting, from loss, but still, he prayed. I knelt beside him, placing a hand over his. Even to your old age, I am he, and to gray hairs, I will carry you. His fingers stilled, his breath steadied, and he knew his prayers had been heard. Beneath a crumbling schoolhouse, I found a group of children sitting on the ground, flipping through the torn pages of books that war had tried to take from them. Their clothes were worn, their hands smudged with dirt, but their eyes, oh, their eyes were full of determination. "Why do you keep studying?" I asked gently. A small girl, her hair tangled, her dress faded from the sun, looked up at me. "Because one day, the war will end, and when it does, we must be ready to rebuild." I placed my hand over her book, over the words she held onto so tightly. "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied." Her grip on the book tightened, and I saw it then, the unbreakable spirit of a child who refused to let go of hope. Night fell, and I found her beneath the remains of a shelter, rocking a baby in her arms. The infant whimpered, wrapped in cloth too thin to fight the cold. The grandmother's lips moved in a quiet lullaby, her voice shaking. "She cries at night," she whispered, looking up at me with tired eyes. "She is cold. I have no home left to shelter her." I knelt beside them, brushing my hand over the child's forehead. "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these." The infant stopped crying. Her tiny fingers curled around my own, and for the first time in a long time, her grandmother smiled. And then, as the stars shone over Gaza, I stood among them all. The father who had lost his home, the boy who had carried water, the widow who held a lifeless hand, the old man who prayed for others, the children who studied in the dust, the grandmother who sang to a child. I raised my hands, and a warmth spread over them, not to take away their pain, not to erase their past, but to remind them. The world may have turned its eyes away, but I have not. I have walked among them. I have seen their sorrow, their strength, their faith. And though the night is long, the dawn will come.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know what you're probably thinking right now. What's a priest doing here? Is he going to sing, dance, or maybe perform a magic trick? Well, let me tell you, I'm not here to perform a talent in the way you might expect. I'm here to share a story about faith, about love, and about the power of believing in God in a world that often feels like it's falling apart. But before I begin, I want to ask you a question. What keeps you going when everything around you seems to be crumbling? I'm going to tell you my story, a story that I believe will touch the heart of every single person here. I was born and raised in a small town in the Midwest. My family wasn't wealthy, but we had something that no amount of money could buy: faith. My mom used to say, "Son, faith isn't something you see, it's something you feel." Those words stayed with me my entire life, even when I faced the toughest challenges. When I was a boy, I dreamed of becoming a priest, but life wasn't always easy. When I was 16, my dad passed away from a heart attack. It was a devastating blow to our family. I remember standing in front of his casket, my heart filled with pain and doubt. I asked God, "Why did you take my dad? Why didn't you save him?" But in that darkest moment, I felt God's presence. I realized that faith isn't about having all the answers. It's about standing strong when everything around you is falling apart. After high school, I decided to follow my calling. I entered the seminary and began my journey to become a priest. But that road wasn't easy. There were times when I felt weak, unworthy. I remember one night, praying in the chapel, I broke down and said to God, I don't know if I can do this. I feel so weak. And then, in the silence, I heard a gentle voice in my heart. Let me lead you. My years in the seminary taught me that faith isn't something you hold on to. It's something you live. I learned that faith isn't about escaping reality. It's about facing it with courage. And when I was ordained a priest, I knew I had found my purpose. But the life of a priest isn't always roses. I remember one time, serving in a poor rural parish, I met a family going through unimaginable hardship. The father had lost his job, the mother was sick, and their children didn't have enough to eat. I tried to help them, but I felt like I wasn't doing enough. I remember kneeling down and praying, Lord, I don't know what to do. Please show me how to help them. And then, something amazing happened. The parish community came together and supported that family. I realized that faith isn't just about believing in God, it's about believing in each other. Over the years, I've witnessed so many miracles. Not the kind that part sees, but the small, everyday miracles. I've seen people who had lost their faith find it again. I've seen those facing illness and suffering find peace in prayer. I've seen people in despair find hope in God's love. But faith isn't always easy. There have been times when I felt like I was facing a storm. I remember when my parish was going through a financial crisis and I was overwhelmed with worry. I didn't know how we would make it. But then I remembered Jesus' words, trust in me and I will guide you. And I did. I prayed and sought God's guidance. And once again, the parish community came together and overcame the challenge. I realized that faith isn't something you lean on when things are easy. It's what you hold on to when things get hard. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that each of you is facing your own struggles. Maybe it's illness, loss, or the daily challenges of life. But I want to tell you this: never give up on your faith. Faith isn't something you see, it's something you feel. Faith isn't about having all the answers. It's about standing strong when everything around you is falling apart. Let me leave you with a story. A man was walking on the beach and he noticed footprints in the sand. He saw that at times there was only one set of footprints, and he thought, that's when God abandoned me. But then God said to him, my child, those were the times I carried you. My friends, faith is what helps us realize that even in our darkest moments, God is with us. Thank you for listening to my story. I hope it touches your heart. And I want to end with a prayer. Lord, give us the faith to overcome every challenge and guide us on your path. Amen.
I was just a boy with a heart so pure, dreaming of a world where love would endure. But life threw its storms and the waves crashed high. I asked, where are you, Lord, as I started to cry. Through the darkest nights I felt so alone, but your voice whispered softly, you're never on your own. In the silence, I found a guiding hand. You carried me through with footprints in the sand. Footprints in the sand, where the ocean meets the land. You were there all along, holding me in your hand. When I couldn't see the way, you lit the path ahead. With every step I take, it's your love I'm led. Years went by and I answered the call to serve and to love, to give my all. In the faces of the weary, I saw your grace in the tears of the broken. I found your embrace through the trials and the pain. I learned to believe that even in the shadows, your light I perceive. And when the road got tough, I'd hear your command. Just trust in me, child, with footprints in the sand. Footprints in the sand, where the ocean meets the land. You were there all along, holding me in your hand. When I couldn't see the way, you lit the path ahead. With every step I take, it's your love I'm led. Oh, the world may shake and the mountains may fall, but your love is a shelter, the strongest of all. Through the fire and the flood, I'll stand where you stand. For I know you're with me, with footprints in the sand. Footprints in the sand, where the ocean meets the land. You were there all along, holding me in your hand. When I couldn't see the way, you lit the path ahead. With every step I take, it's your love I'm led. So I walk this road with my heart open wide, knowing you're my shepherd.
My dearest, today I write these words to you, even though I know you can no longer read them. But I believe somewhere you're still watching over me and our child, still protecting me the way you always did. It's been a week since I received the news that you would never come home. A week that feels like a lifetime. I haven't gotten used to this loss, to the feeling of calling your name in my dreams, only to wake up and find myself alone. I still remember the day you left. You held me in your arms, gently stroking my cheek, and you told me, I'll be back soon, and we'll have a happy family. I wanted to tell you then that I was carrying our child, that a little piece of you and me was growing inside me, but I kept it a secret. I wanted to wait until you came home to share the news, to see the smile on your face when you heard it. I never imagined that the day you would return, you would come home in a coffin draped in the national flag. Do you know our baby is a boy? I can feel his gentle kicks as if he's trying to comfort me, telling me, Mom, don't cry. I'll be here with you. I'll take Daddy's place. I've cried so much, my love. Every time I look at your pictures, tears come flooding down. But then I think of our son, and I remember the future I have to be strong for, the future I must build for him. Our son will carry the name you chose, David. You once told me David is a strong name, like a warrior. But I hope our son will never have to hold a gun, never have to fight. I promise you, I will teach him about peace, about love, and about the great father he will never meet. War took you from me, but it can never take the love I have for you. I oppose war, not just because it stole you from me, but because I know there are thousands, millions of mothers, wives, and families suffering the same pain. I don't want any child to grow up without a father, without a mother. I don't want anyone to endure a loss like this. My love, every night, I sit by the window and sing the songs you used to love. I sing not just for you, but for our son, for the broken hearts shattered by war, and for the hope of peace. Today, I'll sing the song you asked me to sing for our child. This song is my message to you, to our son, and to all those who long for peace.
The morning light feels cold without you by my side. I still remember the promise you made, how you swore you'd never hide. But now I stand alone with only our son to hold, and the dreams of a future we never got to unfold. I feel his little hands reaching out to me, as if he knows the pain, as if he knows the need. I tell him stories of you, of the love you gave, and how you fought for peace but never came back to save. I'll sing to the heavens for the love we lost, for the price of war and the heavy cost. You were my heart, my soul, my guide, but now I carry your spirit inside. In the silence I'll find my way. For you, for our son, I'll live today. I still feel your touch, even though you're far away. In every tear I shed, in every word I say, and you left to fight for a world you thought was right. But all I want is peace, to hold you tight. Our son will grow up strong with your name in his heart. I'll teach him to love even when we're apart. He'll know of your courage, your kindness, your grace, and that the greatest battle is the one we face. I'll sing to the heavens for the love we lost, the price of war and the heavy cost. You were my heart, my soul, my guide, but now I carry your spirit inside. In the silence I'll find my way. For you, for our son, I'll live today. One day, my love, I'll see you again. But for now, I'll carry on through the sorrow, through the pain. I'll raise a boy with all the love we knew, and he'll grow up strong with a heart just like you. I'll sing to the heavens for the love we lost, for the price of a war and the heavy cost. You were my heart, my soul, my guide, but now I carry your spirit inside. In the silence I'll find my way. For you, for our son, I'll live today. The world may be broken, but love will remain. And in the quiet, your love is my strength to sustain. For peace, for hope, for the life we still dream, I'll keep you alive in everything we believe.
My life has been a series of relentless tragedies, like unending storms battering my soul. Once, I had a loving family, a gentle wife and 2 bright-eyed children. We laughed, we dreamed, We built a life full of simple joys and boundless love. But then, in a heartbeat, a terrible accident tore it all apart, leaving me alone in the aftermath, drowning in unbearable loss. I lost everything. My wife, my children, my reason for living were gone in an instant. I, the sole survivor, was left to carry the weight of a grief so profound it hollowed me out from the inside. I was lost, aimless, and life became a bleak shadow of what it once was. Days turned into endless nights as I drifted from one heartbreak to another, until I found myself homeless, wandering the cold, unforgiving streets. Each night, under the lonely glow of streetlights, I knelt in prayer, desperately seeking a sliver of light in the darkness. I prayed not because I felt strong, but because I had nothing else to hold on to. My faith, fragile as it was, became my last remaining anchor in a world that seemed to have forsaken me. One day, as I stumbled through a park, my eyes fell upon an old guitar, discarded and forgotten. It lay there as though waiting for someone like me to find it. In that moment, memories of my younger days, when music was my refuge, came flooding back. I picked up the guitar, my fingers trembling as they strummed the worn strings. The first notes emerged, raw and imperfect, but they carried the echoes of a life I had once known. Music became my salvation. It was through those melodies, played on street corners, that I found a semblance of peace. The sorrow in my heart spilled into every note, and sometimes passers-by would pause to listen, offering me a few coins or simply a kind smile. In those moments, I felt seen, understood, in a way that words could never express. Though my life was marked by pain, I refused to give up. I clung to the belief that through music, I could reach out, share my story, and find healing. Music, a gift I believe was sent from God, became the bridge between my brokenness and the hope I needed to keep moving forward. Life can push us to the brink of despair, but even in our darkest hours, if we hold on to faith and let the music in our hearts guide us, we can find the strength to rise again.
I'm a drifter on a lonesome road, carrying a heart that bears the load. Lost it all in the blink of an eye. Now I chase the echoes of a goodbye. Once had a home, a love so true, a porch swing sunset, skies are blue. But the storm came fast, tore it apart, left me wandering with an empty heart. But these strings of the broken still play, turning heartache into something that stays. Through the cracks there's a light that shines, and I'll keep singing till the pain rewinds. Found an old guitar in the dust and rain, picked it up like an old friend's name. The chords were rusty, the wood was scarred, but it played the truth of a life that's hard. On the corner where the world walks by, I play my story beneath the sky. Some stop to listen, some just stare, but in those moments I'm breathing air. These strings of the broken still play, turning heartache into something that stays. Through the cracks there's a light that shines, and I'll keep singing till the pain rewinds. Every tear's a note, every scar's a the hurt etched into time. But in the pain, there's a song to find. And through the music, I leave it behind. Yeah, these strings of the broken still play, turning heartache into something that stays. Through the cracks, there's a light that shines, and I'll keep singing till the pain rewinds. So here I stand with this six-string soul, making peace with the pieces that'll never be whole. On a dusty road where the sunsets bleed, the music's my freedom, and that's all I need.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David. I'm not sure what brought you here tonight, but I know why I'm here. I'm here because somehow I'm still standing, still breathing, still holding on to the hope that even the most broken among us can find redemption. I wasn't always this way. There was a time when I thought I had my life figured out. I joined the United States Army when I was 19, full of fire and purpose. I believed I was fighting for something bigger than myself: freedom, justice, a better world. But the things I saw, the things I had to do, they left a mark. I don't talk much about those years, because the memories feel like ghosts haunting me in the quiet moments. When I left the service, I thought I'd left the battle behind. I had dreams, simple dreams, really. I wanted to open a little flower shop, a place where I could bring some beauty into a world that felt so full of pain. My mother loved flowers. She used to say they reminded her that God's grace was everywhere, even in the smallest thing. But life doesn't always go the way you plan. Just when I started to put my life together, my mom got sick. She was my anchor, my best friend, the only family I had left. Watching her suffer was the hardest thing I've ever faced. I spent everything I had, every penny I'd saved, to try and save her. I sold my car, my belongings, even the house we lived in. And when the money was gone and there was nothing left to give, I sat by her bedside and held her hand as she took her last breath. When she died, it felt like the world ended. I lost more than just my mother. I lost my purpose, my hope, my faith in myself. I ended up on the streets, carrying nothing but a duffel bag and the crushing weight of guilt. I couldn't save her, and that failure haunted me every single day. For years, I wandered. I slept in doorways, under bridges, on park benches. I ate from soup kitchens and rummaged through trash cans for scraps. People walked past me like I was invisible, and honestly, I wanted to be. I was angry at myself, at the world, even at God. But something changed. It wasn't sudden and it wasn't dramatic, but it was real. One night, sitting on a cold sidewalk, I saw a woman holding her crying baby, trying to shield him from the wind. I had nothing to give her, not money, not food, but I offered her my jacket. She cried when she took it, and in that moment I realized that even in my brokenness, I could still give something. That's when I started to pray, not for myself, but for everyone else. I prayed for the mothers struggling to feed their kids. I prayed for the veterans drowning in memories they can't escape. I prayed for the lost, the forgotten, the people like me who feel like they've fallen too far to ever get back up. And somewhere along the way, I found something I thought I'd lost forever: hope. It wasn't big and it wasn't loud, but it was enough to keep me going. Enough to remind me that no matter how far you've fallen, there's always a way back. Now, I'm not here tonight to ask for sympathy. I'm here because I believe in the power of grace. I believe in second chances. I believe that every one of us has the ability to make this world a little better, not by being perfect, but by being kind. So tonight, my prayer is for you, for the mother who doesn't know how she'll make it through tomorrow, for the father who feels like he's let his family down, for the veteran who can't find his way home, even though he left the battlefield years ago,
I pray you find strength where you didn't know you had it. I pray you find light, even in the darkest corners. And I pray, above all, that you know you are not alone.
I once wore the badge, the uniform's pride, but I couldn't bear the weight inside. I traded the war for dreams of peace, a little flower shop, my soul's release. But the world had plans I couldn't see, took my mother, my home, and broke me. Now I walk these streets with empty hands, a lost son in a broken land. Oh Lord, can you hear my cry for the ones like me who wonder why? Take my pain, take my fight, turn this darkness into light. If it's my burden, let it be, but spare the world this misery. Oh Lord, I'll fall upon my knees, a prayer in the dark for those in need. I see her face in the cold night air, her gentle smile, her whispered prayer. I gave my all, but it wasn't enough. Now I'm left with this life so rough. Every step I take feels like a plea for the world to find some dignity. If my broken heart could heal their pain, I'd face it all again and again. For the ones like me who wonder why, take my pain, take my fight, turn this darkness into light. If it's my burden, let it be, but spare the world this misery. Oh Lord, I'll fall upon my knees, a prayer in the dark for those in need. Her son, for every battle that can't be won, for every child who's faced despair. Oh Lord, let them know you're there. If my story can bring them peace, let my voice be the song that never ceases. Oh Lord, can you hear my cry for the ones like me who wonder why? Take my pain, take my fight, turn this darkness into light. If it's my burden, let it be, but spare the world this misery. Oh Lord, I'll fall upon my knees, a prayer in the dark for those in need. And when my journey here is done, may the world see hope in what I've sung. Oh Lord, with every breath I take, let my life be a path of grace, a prayer in the dark, a humble plea for love and mercy to set us free.
My name is David. I'm 43 years old, and I had a life I thought was a dream. My wife Maria and I had been living in our home in Los Angeles for 8 years. We were blessed with 3 beautiful children, our daughter Anna and our twin sons Lucas and Noah. Our home wasn't just a house. It was the culmination of years of hard work and sacrifice. Every Christmas, our family would gather around the tree, laughing, singing, and creating memories that would last a lifetime. The house was always filled with the sound of music, especially with me sitting at the piano playing our favorite songs and Maria's sweet voice harmonizing with mine. But everything changed in January, when the wildfires hit. At first, it was just a distant orange glow, a warning of how dangerous the dry season could be. But within hours, the fire was on us. I woke up to the acrid smell of smoke. The sky was burning red, and ash was falling like snow. I yelled for Maria, Anna, Lucas, and Noah to grab what they could and get ready to leave. Before we could even make it out, I heard screams from next door. Our elderly neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, was trapped on her porch, her house already engulfed in flames. I couldn't leave her. I promised Maria I would be back soon, and I ran to help her. The heat was unbearable, but I managed to get Mrs. Thompson to safety, coughing and struggling for air. When I turned back toward our home, my heart stopped. Flames had completely consumed it, climbing the walls and licking at the roof. I could hear Maria and the kids on the balcony screaming for help. I rushed toward them, but the fire was too intense. The front door was completely blocked by flames. I screamed for them to jump, but they were too scared. I grabbed a garden hose, trying desperately to put out the flames, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a bucket. Then, the unimaginable happened. The balcony collapsed. I watched in horror as they fell, their screams swallowed by the roar of the fire. I ran to them, pulling their bodies from the wreckage, but it was too late. Maria, my beloved wife, my partner in life, was gone. Anna, my sweet daughter, was thrown farther away, her body cold by the time I reached her. Lucas and Noah, my twin boys, who had just begun to find their voices on the piano, were gone too. I managed to get Michelle, my youngest child, to safety. She had been badly burned, but at least she was still alive. Now, she lies in a hospital bed, fighting for her life. Every day, I sit by her side, holding her tiny hand, praying for a miracle. I sing the songs we used to play together, hoping she can hear me, hoping it brings her some comfort. But the silence around me is deafening. I have lost everything: my wife, my children, my home, and the music that once filled our lives. The piano that once brought us together is nothing but ashes, along with the dreams I had for our family. But I am here tonight because I believe our story deserves to be heard. I want the world to know the love we shared, the music we created, and the lives that were lost. And I want Michelle to know that as long as she's fighting, I will keep fighting too. When I sing tonight, I am singing for my family, for Maria, who harmonized with me in love and in life, for Lucas and Noah, who never got to grow into their gifts, for Anna, whose melodies the world will never hear, and for Michelle, my little girl, who is holding on with all her might. I hope that when you hear my voice, you'll hear more than just a song. You'll hear a love story, a family story, and a father's desperate hope that their memory will never be forgotten. And tonight, I want to share this song with you all, a song that has kept me going in these trying times. It is the only encouragement I have right now, and I trust and believe that God will restore what has been lost, just as He did for Job in the Holy Scriptures. Job lost everything dear to him, but his faith never wavered. I too will stand strong in my faith, trusting that God will heal Michelle, and together we will rebuild and recover. To anyone out there who has experienced heavy losses and feels abandoned by God, I want you to know, God is still in the business of turning things around for good. Trust Him, and He will never disappoint. Thank you.
In the ashes we rise, through the storm and the flame. Lost what we had, but we'll never be the same. The world took so much, but it can't take the heart. We're still standing, though we're worlds apart. In the silence, I hear your voice. Through the pain, we'll find our choice. Every tear, every cry, we'll hold on. We won't say goodbye. This is our song of hope, of love and light. Through the darkest night, we'll make it right. Though the world may break and fall apart, we'll carry the memory in our hearts. Through the storm, through the rain, we'll find our strength. We'll rise again. The music we played still lingers in the air. The love we share, it's everywhere. Though the fire tried to take our souls, we're still here, we're still whole. In the silence, I hear your voice. Through the pain, we'll find our choice. Every tear, every cry, we'll hold on. We won't say goodbye. This is our song of hope, of love and light. Through the darkest night, we'll make it right. Though the world may break and fall apart, we'll carry the memory in our hearts. Through the storm, through the rain, we'll find our strength. We'll rise again. I'll carry on for you, my love, as you watch from the stars above. The music will play and we'll sing together. Our love is eternal, now and forever. This is our song of hope, of love and light. Through the darkest night, we'll make it right. Though the world may break and fall apart, we'll carry the memory in our hearts. Through the storm, through the rain, we'll find our strength. We'll rise.
Hey, everyone. Hi, judges. My name's Clara. I'm 14 years old. I'm standing here today, under these bright America's Got Talent lights, but my heart feels like it's carrying the weight of the whole world on my shoulders. I'm from a beat-down neighborhood in Chicago, Illinois, where dark alleys swallow up hope, where folks like me get forgotten, like we don't even exist. I'm not just here for me, but for this little guy, Ben. He's just 14 months old, so tiny and fragile, with warm brown eyes that feel like the last flicker of light in my life. When I look into Ben's eyes, I see my own pain, my own loneliness, the loss we share. No family, no home, nowhere to call our own. My voice is shaking as I say this, 'cause every word tears at my heart. But I hope you'll listen to my story, 'cause it's a journey of tears, of heartbreak, but with a tiny spark of hope I'm holding on to for both of us. I was born into a working-class family in Chicago, where my parents fought every day just to get by. My dad was a plumber. My mom worked part-time at a little coffee shop nearby. They busted their butts to raise me and my older brother Tom, who was 17 back then. I can still picture those evenings. Mom sitting at the kitchen table, cooking cheap tacos, her hands trembling from exhaustion, but her smile shining like a star in the night. Dad would tell stories about his grueling days on the job, his voice low and sad, but so full of love, like he wanted to wrap the whole world in his arms. Tom, that wild kid, he'd drag me out to the backyard, playing basketball, his laughter echoing through the neighborhood, making me forget how poor we were. Life wasn't easy, but I always felt warm, safe, until it all came crashing down. When I was 12, a monster of a storm hit Chicago, bringing floods that tore everything apart. The water rose high, flooding our little ground floor apartment. We tried to escape, but the current was too fast, too fierce. I still hear Mom's screams, Dad's calls, Tom's desperate cries in my nightmares every night, but they didn't make it. The floodwaters swept away Dad, Mom, and Tom, leaving me with a hole so deep I thought I'd never fill it. I survived because I was sleeping over at a friend's house, working on a school project, but when the cops found me, I was numb. Everything I ever loved, my home, my family, those laughs, was washed away, leaving me alone, lost, with a shattered heart. I cried until I had no tears left, but tears couldn't bring them back. It broke me in ways I can't describe, and I felt like the world had turned its back on me. After the flood, they sent me to a foster care center in Chicago, but that place wasn't a home. It was cold, strange, like a prison for me. A family took me in, but they didn't really want me. They only did it for the government money. The foster mom was always snapping at me over the tiniest things. The foster dad ignored me like I was invisible. I felt like a servant, forced to clean, cook, and look after their kids when I was just a kid myself. They wouldn't let me play my violin, the only thing I had left. The only gift Dad ever gave me when I was 9. I loved music. It was my breath, my lifeline. But they banned it, saying it was too noisy, a waste of time, and threatened to throw my violin away if I played. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I snuck out with my violin, packed a few ragged clothes, and ran away, my heart breaking, my hands trembling. I was just 13, but I knew I couldn't stay. There was no home for me there, no place for a girl like me. I wandered the streets of Chicago, sleeping in Lincoln Park, under the Kennedy overpass, anywhere I could find shelter from the rain. I played my violin at street corners, Union Station, flea markets, anywhere people might stop and listen. Some days, I'd scrape together a few bucks, enough for a dry slice of bread or a bottle of milk, but most of the time, I was starving, my stomach growling in the freezing nights. I remember those winter nights, when snow piled up, and I'd curl up under a piece of cardboard, shivering my violin beside me like my only friend. Music was all I had. It kept me alive, kept me from breaking under the weight of my pain. Then, one day, while I was sleeping in the park, I heard a tiny, weak cry coming from a dumpster nearby. I stumbled up, walked over, and found a baby, a tiny little thing, just a few months old, wrapped in a tattered blanket, curled up in the trash. I couldn't believe it. Inside his blanket was a crumpled note, scribbled messily, "Please, someone take care of my baby. I can't keep him anymore." I looked into his warm brown eyes, eyes that reminded me of the love I'd lost, like a faint echo of Dad's gaze, and my heart stopped. I saw myself in him. No family, no home, no shelter, just two lost souls in this big, cold city. Tears welled up, silent and heavy, as I realized we were the same, abandoned, forgotten. I didn't know who his parents were, but I knew he was hurting like I was. I picked him up, held him tight against my chest, and made a silent promise. I'd take care of him. I named him Little Ben, because he was so small, but to me, he was a flicker of hope in the darkness of my life. From that moment, Ben became my brother, not by blood, but by love, by empathy, by the shared pain of being alone. I felt his tiny heartbeat against mine, and I swore I'd never let him feel as lost as I did. Since then, I've lived on the streets with Ben, every day. I push him in an old stroller I found in a dumpster, heading to street corners to play my violin. Some days, I make enough for a bottle of formula for Ben. Other days, It's just dry bread for both of us, on cold nights. I hold Ben in my arms, sleeping under the rain, letting my violin's music rise above the city's noise. Ben's so tiny, just 14 months now, but he's growing up in danger, in hunger, in fear. I play my violin not just to survive, but to protect him, to let him know his big sister. A 14-year-old girl with nothing. We'll never let him go. There was this one time Ben cried, 'cause he was starving, and I could only hold him. Playing a lullaby Mom used to sing to me. I'm not great at singing, but I wanted Ben to feel loved, even though I had nothing left but my violin and a broken heart. On snowy nights, I'd wrap Ben in his tattered blanket, but it was so thin. And I'd hold him tight, shivering, tears dropping onto his little face. I'd whisper, "I won't let you be as lonely as I am, Ben." I promise, those moments broke me, but they also gave me strength to keep going. For him. One day, while I was playing my violin on Michigan Avenue, a passerby stopped, listened, and said, "You should try out for America's Got Talent. You've got real talent, kid." I couldn't believe it. Me, a homeless girl wandering the streets, on a stage like this. But then I thought of Ben. I wanted him to have a real home, a warm bed, a childhood free from fear and hunger. I wanted him to know that music, Dad's violin, is our only hope. I spent 3 months preparing, practicing my violin on street corners, saving every penny from the spare change people tossed me to buy a bus ticket to Los Angeles, where they filmed the show. There were days I went hungry, so Ben could have milk. Nights I slept outside in the freezing cold to keep him warm. But I never gave up. I thought of Ben's warm, brown eyes, his tiny, fragile smile, and I knew I had to try. For him, for us. Today, I'm standing here on America's Got Talent because I want to change Ben's life. I want him to have a future, not growing up on the icy streets of Chicago, not shivering in the snow, not crying from hunger. I want him to know that his big sister, a 14-year-old girl with no family, no home, nothing at all, did everything she could to keep him safe. I want you, the audience here, the people who might help us, to look at Ben, to see his little brown eyes and feel the pain we share. I'm not great at talking, but I'll play you a song I wrote for Ben to share my love, my pain, and my hope. I hope you'll give me a chance to give Ben a better life, so he doesn't have to suffer like we have. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for listening to this story of 2 lost souls holding on to each other, still believing in tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm not here to tell some special story. I'm here to speak the truth, a truth that I have lived, a truth that I wish no one in this world would ever have to experience. My name is Miriam. I'm 15 years old, and I come from a place that most of you have probably only seen on the news, a place where, while you're sleeping safely in your warm beds, kids like me are running for their lives under the sound of bombs and gunfire. I used to have a family. I used to have a home. I used to have legs to run, to jump, to dance, but war took everything away from me. I still remember that morning like it just happened yesterday. It was a beautiful morning, just like any other. My little brother and I were playing in the yard, laughing without a care in the world. My mother was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. My father was sitting in his chair, reading the Bible, just like he did every single day. And then, everything ended. I don't remember everything. I just remember a deafening explosion. I remember the ground shaking violently beneath me. I remember the force throwing me against a wall. I remember the sound of my mother screaming. And then, silence. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in the middle of destruction. Everything around me was nothing but dust, rubble, and broken bricks. The house that had once been my home was gone. The place where I had felt safe, where I had laughed, where I had dreamed, it was all turned to ashes. I called out, "Mom?" No answer. "Dad?" Silence. "Little brother?" Nothing. I tried to move, tried to stand up, but I couldn't. My body felt heavy, like it didn't belong to me anymore. And then, when I looked down, I realized my legs were gone. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine what it feels like to wake up and realize that in just one single moment, everything you love, everything that made you who you are, has disappeared? I didn't just lose my family. I lost my future. I lost the version of me that could run, could jump, could dance. I lost a part of myself that I could never get back. And in that moment, lying there in the middle of the ruins, I asked God, why? Why did you let this happen? Where were you when I needed you the most? I was angry. I was broken. I was lost. I thought to myself, maybe it would have been better if I had died too. Maybe then I wouldn't have to feel this unbearable pain. But then, as I lay there under the cold, empty sky, I remembered something my father once told me. "Miriam, do you know why we pray? Not to ask God to take away all the suffering, but to ask Him to give us the strength to endure it." And in that moment, I understood. I lost my legs, but I still have my heart. I can still love. I lost my home, but I still have my voice. I can still speak the truth. I lost so much, but I am still alive. And as long as I am alive, I will keep fighting. Not with weapons, not with hate, but with hope. I stand here today not to ask for pity. I stand here today to remind the world that children like me still exist, that we are not just numbers on a news report, that we have names, we have dreams, we have hopes. And my hope is that one day, no child will have to experience what I have experienced. My hope is that one day the world will finally listen. Thank you.
I once ran through fields so wide, chasing dreams with stars as my guide. Laughter echoed love so bright, but war came and stole the light. The ground shook, the sky turned gray, shadows whispered, took it all away. I called their names but no one came, left alone in endless pain. Yet I still sing, I still believe his name. Dust and ashes where my home stood, torn apart, but still I stood. No more footsteps, yet I rise with faith that never dies. The ground shook, the sky turned gray, shadows whispered, took it all away. I called their names, but no one came, left alone in endless pain. Yet I still sing, I still believe. Through the sorrow I can see a broken world, but hope remains. A voice in darkness calls his name. They can break my body, take my land, but my soul is in God's hands. I will rise, I will shine, through the dark his light is mine. So I still sing, I still believe. Through the sorrow, love will lead. A broken world, but faith remains. A voice in darkness speaks his name. I am not lost, I am not gone. He is with me. I am strong.
Hey everyone, I'm Baron Trump. Standing here today, I'm not going to sing you a song or bust out some dance moves. I'm here to tell you a story that broke my heart, a story I can't keep inside anymore. It's not about me, it's about the people I met, the faces that haunt my dreams every night, and the pain I'll never shake. Not long ago, I went on this charity trip to a place torn apart by war. I'm not going to name it, because the hurt doesn't care about borders. It's the same hurt millions of people feel all over the world. When the plane touched down, I couldn't breathe right. The air smelled like smoke and ash, and there were these distant booms, like a heartbeat of despair. I stepped out, and I knew right then I was walking into a world where life was being choked out by war. The first person I met was this little girl, tiny, maybe 8 or 9. She was curled up on a pile of dirt, barefoot, her little legs scratched up, hugging herself like that was all she had left to hold on to. I knelt down, tried to smile so she wouldn't be scared. But when I looked into her eyes, man, it hit me hard. Those eyes were empty, no spark, no innocence that a kid's supposed to have. I asked, "What's your name?" She didn't say a word, just stared at me, then looked away. Someone nearby whispered she'd lost her whole family in a bombing. I touched her shoulder, and she flinched a little. I hugged her, and my tears fell onto her tiny frame, but she didn't cry. She was all cried out. Walking away from her felt like leaving a piece of myself behind. How's a kid supposed to keep going when everything she loved is gone? I can't stop thinking about her. Those eyes that don't even know what hope looks like anymore. Then I met this old mom. She was sitting under a dead tree, her wrinkled hands clutching this worn-out scarf like it was her last memory. I walked up, and she looked at me. Her face was carved with lines, not just from age, but from tears that'd been falling for way too long. She told me, her voice breaking, "I lost both my boys. One died fighting, the other died in my arms when the bombs hit." I held her hand, but it was ice cold, like life had left her the day her sons did. She started crying. This choked, weak sound that cut through me like 1,000 knives. I sat there holding her, feeling her tears soak through my shirt. I wanted to say something, anything, to make it better, but how could I? How do you comfort a mom who's lost her kids? When I left her, that cry stuck with me, echoing in my head like it was yelling at the whole world for letting this happen. Next, I met this grandma, small, hunched over, her eyes cloudy from age and grief. She was standing by a wrecked shack, holding a pair of torn-up kids' shoes. I asked about them, and she said, her voice trembling, "These were my grandsons. He was 5. War took him." She cried, tears rolling down her weathered face. I hugged her, and her frail body leaned into me like I was her last bit of comfort. I pictured that little boy running around, holding her hand, and now he's just a memory in those shoes. It killed me to see her like that. I couldn't handle how helpless I felt. Who's going to give her back her joy? Who's going to fill that hole in her heart? And then I met this dad. He was the one who broke me completely. He was standing in this pile of rubble, hands bloody and covered in dirt, digging through the mess like it was his last shot at hope. I walked up, and he turned to me. His face was hollow, eyes red from crying and no sleep. He told me he used to have a family, a sweet wife, 3 little kids, but one night, a bomb hit their house. He screamed for them to run, but it was too late. When the dust settled, all he saw was wreckage where his home used to be. He started digging, nails torn, hands bleeding, refusing to stop. He found his wife first. She was dead, holding their littlest one, just 3 years old, who wasn't breathing either. He kept going, praying he'd find his older kids alive, but all he pulled out were scraps of their clothes and their tiny shoes. He let out this gut-wrenching scream into the night, but no one answered. I stood there, watching him clutch that broken rubble, sobbing like a kid who'd lost his mom. I dropped to my knees beside him, tears streaming down my face, mixing with his. I wanted to hug him, tell him it'd be okay, but I couldn't lie. How do you comfort a dad who's lost his wife, his babies, his everything? Every time I met them, the little girl, the old mom, the grandma, the dad, I felt like I was losing something too. It wasn't just seeing their pain, it was feeling it deep in my chest, holding that girl. I felt her emptiness swallow me whole. Hearing that mom cry, I felt my heart bleed for her. Listening to that grandma talk about her grandson, I felt her loneliness choke me. And watching that dad dig through the ruins, I felt like I was digging too, searching for something that's gone forever. It's this mix of helplessness, agony, and anger I can't even put into words, but it's changed me. War did this. Senseless, unjust war. It stole that girl's childhood, that mom's sons, that grandma's grandson, that dad's whole family. It doesn't just take lives, it rips away hope, dreams, the little things that make us human. I keep asking myself, why them? Why does a kid have to grow up scared and alone? Why does a mom have to bury her boys? Why does a grandma have to hold shoes instead of her grandbaby? Why does a dad have to claw through rubble just to find pieces of his life? There's no answer good enough for this kind of war. I grew up in a different world, a safe one, where I've got a roof over my head, a family, food on the table, but that trip opened my eyes. The peace I've got isn't a given for millions out there. They deserve to live, to love, to dream, not to suffer in a hell someone else made. I'm here to say war isn't glory or victory. It's blood, tears, and shattered hearts. I dream of a day when kids don't flinch at loud noises, when moms don't cry over graves, when grandmas can hug their grandkids, when dads don't have to dig for their families. Maybe I'm just one voice, but I hope you hear me. Feel what they feel. Let it hit you, like it hit me. Let's say no to pointless wars together and build a world where no one has to go through this again. Thank you.
Shattered walls walls and broken dreams. Echoes of the lost still scream. Children cry in silent pain as war calls out their names again. I see the sorrow in their eyes, a world on fire, a heart that dies. When will we learn? When will we say no more lives to waste away? Lay down your arms, let love remain. Let the rain wash away the pain. Hold the hands of those who weep. Sing them songs, let their souls keep. A mother waits, her hands are cold. A promise made, a story told. But war it takes, it never spares, leaving ghosts in empty chairs. I see the sorrow in their eyes, a world on fire, a heart that dies. When will we learn? When will we say no more lives to waste away? Lay down your arms, let love remain. Let the rain wash away the pain. Hold the hands of those who weep. Sing them songs, let their souls keep. What if we chose a different way? What if tomorrow starts today? No more battles, no more graves, only hope, a life to save. Lay down your arms, hear the sound of voices rising from the ground. No more sorrow, no more shame. Let the world know love remains.
Hey everybody! I can't believe I'm standing here right now on the America's Got Talent stage, with thousands of eyes on me and maybe millions more watching through their screens. My heart's pounding, not because of the lights or the applause, but because of what I'm about to share today. It's bigger than me. I'm Baron Trump, and I didn't come here to show off some crazy talent or blow your minds with a performance. I came to talk about something I've held in my heart for years. Something that's hard to put into words, not because I'm ashamed, but because it's so sacred, so deep. It's my faith in God. I get it. Some of you might be thinking, Baron Trump? The youngest kid from that famous family living the high life, and now he's up there talking about God? What's the big deal? But hear me out. My life hasn't always been the glitz and glamour people picture. I grew up in a world where every move my family made was watched, where every step, every word got picked apart. There were days I felt like I didn't really fit in, like I was just a shadow in someone else's story. But it's in those quiet, lonely moments, the ones nobody saw, that I found him, my God, the one who's carried me through days when I didn't think I could keep going. Let me tell you a little story, something I'll never forget. I was about 10 years old and my family was going through a rough patch. I won't bore you with the details, it's not the point. But I remember this one night when everything felt like it was falling apart. I was sitting alone in my room staring out of the window. Outside, it was pitch black. No stars, nothing. And it felt like the whole world had turned its back on me. I didn't know what to do or say. Then my mom came in and sat next to me. She didn't say much, just asked me one thing. Did you believe there's someone out there who's always with you, even when you can't see him? I didn't answer right away, but that question stuck with me. That night, for the first time, I got down on my knees. Not because someone told me to, but because I felt this burning need inside me. This longing to connect with something bigger than myself. I prayed, all awkward and quiet, but real. And from that moment, I knew I wasn't alone. I felt something, not with my eyes or ears, but in my heart. A peace I can't even explain. My faith isn't something that came easy or perfect. There have been days I've doubted, days I've wondered if God's even listening. Growing up, I was in this fast-paced world where people expected of me to be strong and to have it all together. But I don't, and I'm not perfect, and I'm okay saying that. Now, one time when I was 14, I got really sick. It wasn't headline news or anything, but it was bad enough to keep me in bed for weeks, weak and worn out. I'd lie there staring at the ceiling, thinking life so unfair. I prayed, not for some instant miracle, but just to feel okay inside. Then one afternoon, sunlight streamed up through my window and I heard birds chirping, just a simple sound, nothing big. But to me, right then, it was like God whispering, "I'm still here." I started crying, not out of sadness, but because I felt His love, this quiet, shapeless love that was so strong it melted every fear I had. It hit me that sometimes, the smallest things, a ray of light, a bird's song, are how God tells us He's not going anywhere. I don't think faith means you never doubt. I think it's about choosing to stick around even when the doubts creep in. One time I went with my parents to this big event, tons of people clapping, smiling, the whole deal. But I felt empty. I was standing in that crowd, but it was like I was lost inside myself. When I got home, I grabbed my Bible. I don't read it all the time, but I always keep it close, like a silent friend. I flipped to a verse in Psalms. "The Lord is my refuge and my strength, and ever-present help in trouble." Those words cut through the darkness in me like a beam of light. I sat there in my quiet room feeling like God was telling me, it's okay not to have all the answers. It's okay to feel weak. What matters is I'm still here, still believing, still hoping. That's when I realized life doesn't always have to be flashy or perfect. Sometimes, all you need is to know someone's holding your hand, even if you can't see him. I've got another story, and one I've never told anyone outside my family. When I was little, I had this best friend, and let's call him Tommy. Tommy wasn't rich or famous, but he was the kindest person I'd ever met. We'd play basketball together, and he was always laughing, always lighting up my day. I can still picture those afternoons sitting under a tree, eating sandwiches my mom made, talking about our goofy dreams. I wanted to be an athlete. Tommy wanted to be a doctor to help people. But then one day, Tommy got in an accident. He ended up in the hospital, and I visited him every day. I'd bring the basketball we used to play with, hoping he'd get better so we could hit the court again. I prayed so hard, begging God to let Tommy stay with us, but he didn't make it. The day he passed, I was furious. I sat in my room, punching the wall, yelling at God, "Why? Why'd you let this happen?" I didn't get it, and I thought my faith was done for. But at Tommy's funeral, his mom came up to me. She hugged me and said, "Thank you for being there for Tommy. He always said you were his best friend." I broke down right there. It hit me that maybe God didn't answer my prayer the way I wanted, but He used me to bring some light to Tommy's last days. I cried a lot after that, not just because I lost him, but because I felt God was still there, even in the pain. He didn't abandon me. He showed me that love and loss can walk hand in hand, and even in the dark, there's meaning. Look, standing up here today, I don't want you to just see me as Baron Trump, the son of some big name. I want you to see a regular guy who's had good days, bad days, and found strength and faith. I'm not here to convince anybody to believe in God. That's your own journey. But I will say this. If there's ever a day you feel lost, a day you think nobody gets you, just look up and listen. You might not hear a booming voice or see a miracle, but you'll feel something in your heart, a peace nothing else can give you. I got this memory from when I was a kid. My grandma, my mom's mom, used to tell me about her tough days back in Slovenia. She grew up in a little village where life wasn't easy. There were freezing winters when her family didn't have enough food, and she'd walk miles through snow just to gather firewood. She'd say that when everything seemed gone, she still prayed every night. She didn't have much, no money, no comforts, but she had faith. And that's what got her through. She told me once, "Baron, life won't always give you what you want, but God will give you what you need." Those words have stuck with me all these years, and now, standing here, I want to pass them on to you. Maybe you're struggling with something right now. Maybe you've got a hurt nobody sees. I can't promise faith will erase all the pain, but I can promise it'll give you a place to lean on, a hope to keep going. Here's one more story. Something that changed how I see things. When I was about 16, I went on a charity trip with my mom, and we visited this community. I won't say where, but it was a place where kids didn't have shoes to wear or books to read. I met this little girl, maybe 6 years old, with these bright eyes, but so skinny. She grabbed my hand and gave me a wildflower she'd picked from the side of the road. I asked her, "Aren't you sad you don't have more?" She smiled and said, "I've got God and He gives me everything I need." I was floored. This tiny kid with nothing to her name said that with more certainty than I had ever seen in anyone. On the ride back I cried, not out of pity, but because I realized faith isn't about what you have, it's about what you hold in your heart. As I get ready to step off this stage, I want to leave you with one last thing. Picture a moment in your life, the time you felt weakest, most alone. Now imagine someone standing beside you, not judging, not leaving, just loving you quietly. For me, that's God. I don't know what you're thinking as I say all this. Maybe some of you get it, maybe some of you don't. But I hope that no matter who you are, no matter where you're at, you find that light in your life. Life's not always easy, but I believe we don't have to go through it alone. Thanks for listening to me. Thanks for giving me the chance to share what I've kept inside for so long. I don't know if I've made you cry, but if I have, I hope they're tears of hope, of love, of that connection we all crave. Thank you. America's Got Talent. Thank you, all of you.
I'm not great with fancy words, but I need you to know how I'm grateful. Grateful from the bottom of my heart. Grateful for the old folks who shared their stories so I could understand. Grateful for the veterans who sacrificed so I could be free. And grateful for God who never left us. Hey everybody, I'm Baron Trump. Today I'm standing up here not as some kid from a famous family, not as a name you might have seen splashed across the news, but just as me, a guy who's been thinking a lot about the people who came before us. The ones who gave everything so we could be here right now. I want to talk about the elderly, the veterans, the folks who poured their sweat, blood, and tears into making this country strong. And I want to thank God, too, for watching over us all, for keeping us safe through everything. I hope what I say hits you somewhere deep. Maybe makes you feel the gratitude that's been weighing on my heart. I grew up in a world most people can only imagine. Big houses, bright lights. A life where anything seemed possible. My dad, Donald Trump, he's this unstoppable force always charging ahead. My mom, Melania Trump, she's my rock, the one who taught me to stay grounded and look beyond what's right in front of me. People see my life and think, man, that kid's got it made. And yeah, I've been blessed in ways I can't even begin to pay back. But the older I get, the more I realize none of this just happened on its own. It came from the people who built it first. The grandparents, the great-grandparents, the soldiers who fought for this land. They're the ones who carried the load so I could have this shot. I've always been kind of a quiet guy. You know, growing up, I didn't really open up about what was going on in my head. But lately, I've felt this pull, this need to say thank you to the elderly who paved the way, to the veterans who put their lives on the line, and to God, who's been holding us all together. It's not just some random nice thought. It's something that's been growing inside me, bit by bit, through little moments I'll carry with me forever. One of those moments happened when I was about 12. We were at Mar-a-Lago, our family's place in Florida. It was this sunny summer afternoon, golden light everywhere, people laughing by the pool, but I wasn't feeling it. I wandered off by myself and ended up near the gardens, where I saw this older guy sitting on a bench. He had on this worn-out jacket, and there was a little pin on his chest. Later, I found out it was from World War II, a veteran's badge. I don't know why, but I walked over and asked, "Hey, mind if I sit here?" He gave me this warm, crinkly smile and nodded, so I did. And we started talking. He told me about when he was young, how he left his family to go fight in the war. "Kid," he said, his voice low but kind, "I never thought I'd make it back. There were nights I'd lie in those trenches, freezing my tail off, just praying I'd see the sun one more time. But I didn't give up, 'cause I knew I was fighting for the folks back home. for my family and for kids like you down the road. I sat there soaking it in, and for the first time, something hit me hard. I looked into his eyes, wrinkled, but shining when he talked about his family, and I thought, this guy gave up his whole youth so I could be sitting here today. When I got up to leave, he grabbed my hand and said, "Don't ever forget the ones who didn't make it back, son. They did it so you could have a better life." I nodded, but inside I felt this weight. I went back to my room, shut the door, and for the first time I prayed, not asking for anything, just saying thanks. I thanked God for keeping that man safe through those awful days, and I thanked him for showing me my life isn't just mine. It's a gift from people like him. Then there was this other time. When I was 15, my family went to visit a veterans hospital in DC. I wasn't thrilled about it. I was at that age where everything annoyed me. But my mom said, "Baron, you need to see this. These people are heroes." So I tagged along. Walking in, I saw all these older folks, men and women in wheelchairs, some lying in beds. A few had shaky hands. Some talked real slow because of their age, but one person stuck with me, a little old lady named Margaret. Margaret was tiny with snow-white hair, but her eyes, they were alive, sharp. She grabbed my hand and started telling me about how she'd been a nurse in Vietnam. "I saw boys die right in front of me," she said, her voice catching. "I bandaged their wounds, held them when they cried for their moms, prayed over them when they slipped away. I never forgot their faces." I asked her, "How'd you keep going? Why didn't you quit?" She smiled, this sad, strong smile, and said, "'Cause I believed God put me there to help them, and 'cause I wanted this country to stay standing so kids like you could live in peace." I left that hospital with my eyes burning. I didn't cry in front of her. I didn't want her to think I couldn't handle it. But when I got to the car, I just sat there and let the tears come. I thought about Margaret, those sleepless nights she spent saving people, all the sacrifices I'd never fully grasped. And I prayed again, not just thanking God for her, but asking him to bless every single person like her, the ones who gave so much and never asked for anything back. Those stories changed me. I started looking around and realizing the strong America I live in. It's not some given. It's built on the sweat and blood of the elderly, the veterans, people we sometimes forget about without meaning to. They didn't just fight for themselves. They fought for us, for me, for you, and above it all, I believe God was there, guiding them through the darkest days, protecting them so they could protect us. I'm not great with fancy words, but I need you to know how I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart. Grateful for the old folks who shared their stories so I could understand. Grateful for the veterans who sacrificed so I could be free. And grateful for God who never left us. He shielded those soldiers in the wars. He comforted the broken hearts, and he's still here, watching over us every single day. So here I am, just a kid who's starting to see the bigger picture. Those moments, like meeting that old vet at Mar-a-Lago or hearing Margaret's story, they're not just memories. They're lessons carved into me. They taught me that this country's strength isn't about buildings or power. It's about the people who gave their all. The elderly who kept going, the veterans who laid down their lives. I owe them everything, and I'll never take that for granted. And God, he's the one I turn to now because I know he's been there all along. Watching over those heroes, guiding their hands, and keeping us safe so we could have this life. I'm not perfect at this gratitude thing yet, but I'm trying. I want to live in a way that honors them, that says thank you every day, not just with words, but with how I show up. So to every veteran, every grandparent, every soul who sacrificed, I'm grateful. And to God, who's never let us go, thank you. You've held us through it all, and I'll keep saying it. We're here because of you.
In the quiet of the night I hear their names. Old souls who carried burdens face the flames. They fought through the dark, gave all they had to give, so a kid like me could stand here and live. I see their eyes, the stories they hold, hands worn by time, hearts brave and bold. Through wars and tears, they built this land, and God above held every hand. Shadows of the brave, lighting my way, voices from the past in every prayer I say. whispers linger, soft and true. A debt of love I'll carry through. They bore the weight, they paved the stone. God was there, they weren't alone. Shadows of the brave, lighting my way. Voices from the past in every prayer I say. Thank you, Lord, for the ones who stood so tall. You kept them safe, you held us all. Every scar they wore, every tear they cried, built this world for us on the other side. I'll live to honor, I'll stand to see the strength they left, the faith in me. Shadows of the brave, lighting my way. Voices from the past in every prayer I say. Thank you, Lord, for the ones who stood so tall. You kept them safe, you held us all. In the hush of dawn their echoes stay. A grateful heart will never fade away. Through time and grace, I'll sing this song for the brave and God who carried on. In a room of gold, shadows creep inside.
Hey everyone, I'm Baron Trump. Today, I'm standing here in front of you, not as the son of some famous guy, not as part of the spotlight that's always on my family, but just as a regular person. A guy who's been trying to figure out something bigger, something deeper. My journey to find faith in God. I don't know if my story's gonna hit you in the heart or anything, but I hope it at least gives you something, a little connection, a bit of hope, or maybe just a moment to think about your own life. I grew up in a family everybody knows about. My dad, Donald Trump, he's a man the whole world watches. A businessman, a president, a larger-than-life figure. My mom, Melania Trump, she's this incredible woman. Strong, graceful, the one who taught me about sticking with it and being grateful. I was raised in huge rooms, towering buildings, with camera flashes going off nonstop. People probably think my life's a dream. No shortage of money, opportunities, or people looking up to me. But there's something I never told anyone. Something I kept locked up inside for years. Even with all that, I still felt empty. When I was little, I didn't get what that feeling was. I just knew there were nights I'd lie in my comfy bed in some fancy room, staring at the ceiling, wondering, why am I here? What's this life even about? I'd hear the laughter from big parties, the applause from crowds, the compliments from strangers. It all buzzed in my ears, but none of it filled the hole in my chest. I tried looking for answers in the stuff the world says will make you happy. Fame, money, fancy trips. But the more I had, the more lost I felt. I remember this one time. I was maybe 10. We were at Mar-a-Lago, our family's place in Florida. I was standing by the pool, watching the palm trees sway in the breeze, people laughing and having a good time all around me. But inside, I felt heavy. I ran to my room, shut the door, and just sat there in the dark. I didn't cry. I'm not the type to break down like that, but it was like a rock was sitting on my chest. I kept thinking, if I've got everything people dream of, why don't I feel happy? That was the first time I really felt alone. Not because there weren't people around, but because something bigger was missing, something I couldn't put a name to. My mom used to talk to me about God when I was a kid. She'd say he's always there, even when things get tough. She'd tell me stories about her life back in Slovenia, how her family didn't have much money, but they had faith. Faith is something no one can take from you, she'd say. Even if the world turns its back on you, God never will. Back then, I'd nod along. but I didn't really get it. To a kid like me, sheltered and taken care of, those words were just far-off tales, like a lullaby she'd hum to help me sleep. I never thought I'd need that faith to hold me up one day, but life's never a straight line, you know? As I got older, the challenges started piling up, and they weren't anything like I'd imagined. My family's no stranger to being watched. My dad's always been this lightning rod. People either love him or hate him. My mom, even with all her grace and calm, couldn't escape the harsh words thrown her way by the media. I was used to hearing the chatter, the negative headlines, the snarky comments online. But when I hit my teenage years, it all started feeling different. The pressure wasn't just coming from out there, it was creeping inside me too. When I was 15, something big happened that flipped my whole world upside down. My family got tangled in this political mess. I won't bore you with the details, not because I'm scared to talk about it, but because it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what it did to me. The media came at us like a freight train. Every day, I'd open my phone and see hundreds of headlines, thousands of nasty comments. People I thought were my friends started ghosting me. Some even texted me stuff like, "I can't be tied to the Trump kid anymore." It felt like the whole world was against me. There were nights I'd lie in bed, staring at my phone, scrolling through all that hate. I'd ask myself, what did I do wrong? Why do they hate me this much? I'm just a kid trying to live my life. I couldn't sleep. I stopped eating. I started pulling away from everyone, even my family. My dad, with that tough guy attitude of his, would tell me, "Don't let him break you, Baron. You're a Trump. You're stronger than that." My mom would hug me and say, "Pray, sweetheart. God will give you strength." But back then, I didn't want to hear it. I felt like no one got what I was going through. Not Dad, not Mom, and definitely not God. I started questioning everything. If God's real, why is he letting me go through this? If he loves me, why isn't he shielding me from all this chaos? Mom used to say God's got a plan for everyone. What kind of plan is this full of hurt? I felt abandoned, not just by the people around me, but by this God she swore was always there. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I left the house. Didn't tell anyone, just slipped out into the dark. I walked through cold streets, no clue where I was headed. Eventually, I stopped in front of this little church. It wasn't anything special. No big shiny building, just an old place with dim light spilling out the windows. I don't know what made me go in, but I did. I pushed the door open, stepped inside, and sat down in the last row. It was so quiet in there, almost weirdly peaceful. No one else was around, just me and those empty wooden pews. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in months, I felt a tiny bit of calm. I didn't pray. I didn't even know what I'd say to God. I just sat there letting the stillness wrap around me. And then, out of nowhere, like a little spark in the dark, this memory hit me. It was my mom sitting by my bed when I was a kid, reading me a Bible verse. "Don't be afraid, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine." I don't know why that popped into my head right then, but it made my heart shake. I opened my eyes and looked up at the cross in front of the church. And for the first time, I said to myself, maybe I'm not as alone as I think. Maybe God's still here, and I just haven't been ready to see him. That was the moment my journey to find faith started. Not an easy one, but one that's changed me forever.
In a room of gold, shadows creep inside. Voices all around, but I'm lost in the tide. A kid with a name, the world won't let me hide. Searching for something deep in the night. I walk through the cold, no place to call home. A heart full of questions, feeling so alone. The stars didn't answer, the silence grew wide. Where's the light to guide me? Where do I go? Light through the quiet, soft as a prayer. Whispers in the dark, I know you're there. When the world fades away and I'm scared to fall, you call my name, you hold it all. Streets cold and gray, I wandered so far. A storm in my chest, no guiding star. They turned their backs, left me to break. But in the still I felt you wake. A church in the night, a flicker of peace, a memory of love that wouldn't release. The weight on my soul began to unwind. Maybe I'm not lost, maybe I'll find light through the quiet, soft as a prayer. Whispers in the dark, I know you're there. When the world fades away and I'm scared to fall, you call my name, you hold it all. I doubted your hands, I questioned your plan. A boy in the chaos just trying to stand. But the silence spoke a voice so clear. I've been here always, my child, don't fear. Light through the quiet, soft as a prayer. Whispers in the dark, I know you're there. When the world fades away and I'm scared to fall, you call you my name, you hold it all. In the hush of the night, I'm learning to see a faith growing slow, setting me free. Through the quiet you shine, forever you'll stay. A light in my soul, guiding my way.
My name is Baron Trump. I am not a talented singer, a magician, or a comedian. I am not here to make you laugh or marvel. I am just a boy who has seen too much, far more than any child should ever witness. A journey through ruins. When I set foot in Gaza, there were no stage lights, no applause, only shattered walls, roofs pierced by rockets, and air filled with dust and ashes. I walked down a street that should have been a place where children played, but it was nothing more than a heap of rubble. No laughter, just the howling of the wind through the empty shells of homes. Then I met Layla, an 8-year-old girl standing silently beneath a broken window frame. She clutched a tattered doll tightly to her chest, her eyes devoid of the innocence that children are meant to have. "Have you seen my brother?" she asked me. I didn't know how to answer, because I knew her brother was never coming back. I walked on and met Ahmed, a 13-year-old boy quietly collecting fragments of bricks. "I am rebuilding my mother's house," he said, even though all that remained around him were crumbling walls. I looked into his eyes, not the eyes of a child, but the eyes of someone who had lost everything. Further down the road, I met a group of children huddled together in the remains of what was once a classroom. The blackboard was covered in dust, the desks broken. They sat there, flipping through torn pages of old books, clinging to an education that the war had tried to take from them. "We still have our dreams," one of them whispered, "even if our school is gone." Mothers and dreams that will never return stepped into a refugee camp where mothers sat together, clutching old, frayed photographs. A young woman named Aisha held a picture of her son. "He dreamed of becoming a doctor to save lives," she said. "But he never got the chance." I had no words. I could only hold her hand, and in that moment, I felt her pain, a pain beyond words. Another mother named Fatima told me about her son, Youssef, who had gone to war with the hope of protecting his family. "He promised me he would come back," she said, her eyes brimming with tears. "But I never saw him again." I met a grandmother named Hannah, who sat beside the ruins of her home, holding a baby wrapped in a thin blanket. She cries at night because she is cold, she told me. I have no home left to shelter her. Her voice broke as she rocked the infant gently in her arms. A call to humanity today. I stand on this stage not just to tell these stories. I carry with me dreams left unfulfilled, promises that were never kept. I stand here to say that war does not only take lives, it takes away futures, hopes, and laughter. I am not an artist, but if I could do one thing, I would leave behind a message. We cannot allow these stories to continue. War is not just a battlefield. It is the shattered home of a child who will never know peace. It is the mother who waits for a son who will never return. It is the silence where there should have been music, the darkness where there should have been light. I want you to imagine, just for a moment, what it feels like to lose everything, to wake up and not know if your family is still alive, to hear the sound of bombs and wonder if you will see the next sunrise, to be a child and have your childhood stolen by the horrors of war. But despite all this pain, I have seen something else, something that war cannot destroy. I have seen resilience. I have seen hope. I have seen people who have lost everything but still find a way to smile. A little boy who picks up a piece of chalk and writes on a broken wall, "We will rebuild." A mother who, despite her grief, cradles her newborn with the love and warmth of a future yet to be written. This is why I am here, to tell you that these people are not just statistics. They are not just numbers on a news report. They are real. They have names. They have stories. And they deserve to be heard. If war has taught me anything, it is that silence is the greatest enemy. We cannot turn away. We cannot pretend that their suffering does not exist. We must speak up. We must listen. We must act, because every child deserves to play without fear. Every mother deserves to see her child grow. Every family deserves a home that is not reduced to rubble. And every dream deserves a chance to come true. Let us not be the generation that watched and did nothing. Let us be the voices that cry out for peace, the hands that help rebuild, the hearts that refuse to forget. Because in the end, love is stronger than war, and hope, no matter how small, is a light that will never go out.
Shattered walls and broken dreams, echoes of the lost still scream. Children cry in silent pain as war calls out their names again. I see the sorrow in their eyes, a world on fire, a heart that dies. When will we learn? When will we say no more lives to waste away? Lay down your arms, let love remain. Let the rain wash away the pain. Hold the hands of those who weep. Sing them songs, let their souls keep. A mother waits, her hands are cold. A promise made, a story told. But war it takes, it never spares, leaving ghosts in empty chairs. I see the sorrow in their eyes, a world on fire, a heart that dies. When will we learn? When will we say no more lives to waste away? and wait. What if tomorrow starts today? No more battles, no more graves, only hope, a life to save. Lay down your arms, hear the sound of voices rising from the ground. No more sorrow, no more shame. Let the world know love remains.
I used to believe that no matter how cruel the world could be, there was always room for hope. But then I set foot in Gaza, and I realized that there are places where even hope is crushed beneath the boots of war. I walked through streets reduced to rubble, where homes that once echoed with laughter now stood as broken ruins, riddled with bullet holes. I met people who had lost everything: their homes, their families, even their right to dream of a better tomorrow. I remember meeting a young mother sitting on the ground amidst the wreckage, clutching her lifeless baby in her arms. The child, only a few months old, was still wrapped in a tattered blanket. She did not cry. Her eyes were hollow, as if her soul had left this world along with her child. I knelt beside her, wanting to say something, but I couldn't. How could I offer comfort when I too was screaming inside that this is not fair? Then I met Layla, an 8-year-old girl with tangled hair and dark circles under her eyes from sleepless nights. Layla lost both her parents in an airstrike and was trapped under the rubble for 2 days before being rescued. When I asked her if she was hungry, she simply shook her head. She wasn't hungry. She just wanted her parents back. I looked into her eyes and saw something no child should ever have to carry: despair. I saw Ahmed, a 12-year-old boy lying in a hospital bed, his body covered in bandages. One of his legs was gone. When I asked if he was in pain, he just smiled, a faint, dry smile. "It's okay, brother. At least I still have one leg to run if the bombs come again." His words cut into my heart like a knife. Why should a child ever have to accept such a cruel reality? I met rescue workers, doctors, and volunteers who hadn't slept in days, desperately trying to pull survivors from the wreckage, trying to save those who still had a chance. One night, in a crowded hospital, I watched as a doctor fought to keep a newborn alive, manually pumping oxygen into the baby's tiny lungs because there was no electricity for the ventilators. I will never forget the look on his face when the baby's breathing finally stopped. He lowered his head, whispered a prayer, and moved on to the next patient, because there were too many lives hanging by a thread and no time to grieve. And then there was Sammy, a 5-year-old boy who ran up to me, held my hand, and asked, "Are you an angel?" I laughed softly and shook my head. "No, little one. I'm just a visitor." He looked at me and said, "Then tell the world we are still here." I believe in God. I believe He watches over these children, that He cries with them. But I also believe that God did not create war. We did. We allowed this to happen. And now the choice is ours, to continue looking away or to stand up and say, "No more." If I could, I would take all their pain upon myself. I would bear their suffering so they wouldn't have to. But I know I can't. I'm just an 18-year-old boy, not a saint. But I do have a dream. I dream of a day when bombs no longer fall, when children don't flinch at the sound of thunder, mistaking it for an explosion. I dream of a day when Layla can sleep without nightmares, when Ahmed can run with 2 legs, when Sami no longer asks strangers if they are angels. That day will only come if we refuse to accept war as an answer, if we choose love over hate, peace over violence, humanity over destruction. So tonight I stand here before you, not to entertain, but to ask, will you stand with me? Will you raise your voices for those who have none? Will you remember Layla, Ahmed, Sami, and the countless others who are waiting for the world to finally listen? Because they are still here, and as long as they are, we cannot remain silent.
Shattered walls and broken dreams, echoes of the lost still scream. Children cry in silent pain as war calls out their names again. I see the sorrow in their eyes, a world on fire, a heart that dies. When will we learn? When will we say no more lives to waste away? Lay down your arms, let love remain. Let the rain wash away the pain. Hold the hands of those who weep. Sing them songs, let their souls keep. A mother waits, her hands are cold. A promise made, a story told. But war it takes, it never spares, leaving ghosts in empty chairs. I see the sorrow in their eyes, a world on fire, a heart that dies. When will we learn? When will we say no more lives to waste away? Lay down your arms, let love remain. Let the rain wash away the pain. Hold the hands of those who weep. Sing them songs, let their souls keep. What if we chose a different way? What if tomorrow starts today? No more battles, no more graves, only hope, a life to save. Lay down your arms, hear the sound of voices rising from the ground. No more sorrow, no more shame. Let the world know love remains.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mia, and I'm 8 years old. Thank you for letting me stand here tonight. This stage feels so big, and I feel so small. But I want to share my story with you. I used to have a family, a mama who sang to me every night, a papa who called me his little star, and to sisters who always made me laugh. We didn't have much, but our little house was full of love. Mama would braid my hair in the mornings and Papa would lift me high in the air, telling me I could touch the sky. My sisters and I would play for hours, running through the fields and pretending we were princesses. But one day, everything changed. The loud noises came, and the sky turned to fire. I remember holding Mama's hand as we ran. She told me not to let go, but the crowd was so big, and there was so much smoke. I lost her hand. I lost everyone. When it was quiet again, I was all alone. The house we lived in was gone, just like the streets we used to walk on. I called out for Mama, for Papa, for my sisters, but no one answered. I started walking. I didn't know where to go, but I kept moving. I was so hungry and cold. Sometimes I would meet other children, but they were just as scared and lost as me. I tried to be brave, but at night I would cry, wishing my mama would hold me again, or my sisters would tell me it was all just a bad dream. I think about them every day. I wonder if they're looking for me like I'm looking for them. I hope they are safe somewhere ... Tonight, I want to sing for them. This song is about remembering the people you love, even when they're far away. It's for my mama, my papa, and my sisters, and for anyone who's ever felt alone but still holds on to hope ... Thank you for listening to my story.
The sky is gray, the ground is cold. I walk alone with stories untold. The trees whisper secrets of what used to be a home, a family, now just memory. Mama's smile, so warm and kind. Papa's laugh, it echoes in my mind. Two sisters danced in the golden light. Now I search for them in the endless night. Oh, where are you now? I call through the wind, but it won't allow your voices to reach me, your arms to hold. I'm just a child lost in the cold. War took it all, left me behind, but in my heart you're all I find. I clutch my teddy, it's all I own. A broken heart, a world unknown. The roads are long, the nights are steep. I sing to the stars, but they only weep. Mama, do you see me? I'm still here. Papa, your strength keeps fighting my fear. My sisters, your laughter, it keeps me alive. In my dreams we're together, we all survive. Oh, where are you now? I call through the wind, but it won't allow your voices to reach me, your arms to hold. I'm just a child lost in the cold. War took it all, left me behind, but in my heart you're all I find. The bombs took the house, the fire took the sky, but it can't take the love, no it won't let it die. I carry you all in the beats of my heart, even though this cruel world has torn us apart. Oh, where are you now? I call through the wind, but it won't allow your arms to hold. I'm just a child lost in a cold. Took the old, left me behind, and in my heart you're all I find. Mama, Papa, my sisters dear, I'll keep walking though you're not near. Through the ashes and rubble, I'll find my way. For your love is the light that guides my
Hi everyone, my name is Amal. Where I come from, my name means hope. But sometimes I wonder if hope can really exist in a place like Gaza. I used to have a family, a whole loving family. I remember my mom hugging me every morning, and my dad teaching me how to fly kites in the afternoons. But then, war came. Bombs fell like rain, and all that was left were cries and smoke. I lost my mom, my dad, my brother, and my legs. Today, sitting here in this wheelchair, I'm the only one left from my family. I've asked myself so many times, why? Why do people hurt each other like this? Why can't kids like me play in the park, go to school, or dream about a better future? War doesn't just destroy homes and lives. It takes away laughter. It steals childhoods. But I'm not here today to talk about pain. I'm here to talk about hope. Even though I've lost my legs, I still have my heart to love and my voice to tell my story. Because I believe if the world can hear the voice of one child from Gaza, maybe, just maybe, someone will stop and think, this has to end. We can't let this happen to another child. I hope that by sharing my words and my song with you tonight, I can remind everyone that no one wins in war. There's only heartbreak and loss. Please stop fighting. Look into the eyes of kids like me. We don't want to lose any more people we love. We don't want to lose our dreams. And most of all, we don't want to lose our future. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you for giving me the chance to be on this stage. Not to ask for pity, but to send a message. Love instead of hurting. Build instead of destroying. And give kids like me a chance to live, to dream, and to hope.
I sit here in the spotlight's glow, a little girl with so much to show. My dress is torn, my heart's not whole, but I carry the dreams of 1,000 souls. They told me to be silent, to hide my tears, but my voice is stronger than my fears. Through the rubble, through the pain, I rise again. I rise again. I rise again. With the wings of hope, I'll soar so high, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky. Through the darkness, I'll shine my light. A child of war, but I'll still fight. The memories of laughter, the kite's red string, now just whispers of what life could bring. But in my hands, a voice takes flight to heal the wounds of endless night. They tried to break me, take my name, but from the ashes I call for change. For every child, for every home, we dream of peace, we're not alone. With wings of hope, I'll soar so high, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky. darkness, I'll shine my light. A child of war, but I'll still fight. Hear my voice, let it be your guide. A spark of love that won't subside. If we stand together, hand in hand, we'll build a future, a promised land. Final voice, let it be your guide. A spark of love that won't subside. If we stand together, hand in hand, we'll build a future, a promised land. With wings of hope, I'll soar so high, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky. Through the darkness, I'll shine my light. A child of war, but I'll still fight. I am more than the scars you see. A heart that beats for harmony. With wings of hope, I will not fall. A voice for peace, a voice for all.
I sit by the window, watching the golden leaves drift silently in the cold wind. Winter is here again. My small room in the nursing home is quiet, too quiet. The ticking clock is the only sound, a constant reminder that another long day has passed. Another day without the voices of my children. This morning, I called them. I just wanted to hear their voices, to know if they were doing okay, if they had eaten, if they were happy. But all I got was the same rushed response. I'm busy now. Talk later. Then the man went dead. I sat there, holding the phone in my trembling hands, waiting for a callback, a message, anything. But like always, nothing came. I can't even remember the last time I had a full conversation with them. I have 2 children, a son and a daughter. They were my whole world. I gave them everything, my time, my love, my youth. I still remember when they were little, how they would run into my room every morning, throwing their tiny arms around me. Nothing made me happier than those moments. My son once told me, "Mom, when I grow up, I'll build a big house, and you'll live with me forever. You'll never have to be alone." I believed him. I believed in the innocent promise of a child. But now I live in this tiny room, eating meals that have gone cold, passing each day in silent waiting. Life in a nursing home is the same every day. The same tired faces, the same slow footsteps in the hallways. Everyone here is waiting for a visit, a call, a sign that someone still remembers them. Some have waited so long that they no longer hope, but I still do, because I know my time is running out. I feel it in the way my chest aches in the mornings, in how my breath grows heavier, in how my body moves slower with each passing day. And I'm scared. I'm scared that one day I will close my eyes for the last time without seeing my children again, without holding my grandchildren, without telling them how much I love them. I always imagined my old age differently. I thought I would be in my daughter's kitchen, cooking the meals she used to love as a child. I thought I would be rocking my grandchildren to sleep, telling them stories like I once told their parents. But instead, I sit here, picturing it all in my mind, knowing it may never happen. Sometimes, I ask the other residents if their children are coming to visit. Every time one of them gets picked up and taken home, I feel a sting in my heart. Not jealousy, just a quiet, painful question. Will my children ever come for me? Or will I stay here until the waiting ends, until I am no longer here to wait? I put the phone down and sigh. Tomorrow, I'll call again. I already know what they'll say. I'm busy, Mom, but I'll call anyway. Because I am a mother. And a mother never stops longing for her children.
The evening sun fades through my window. Cold winds whisper through the air. I sit alone with my memories, wondering if you still care. I called today, but you were busy, just like all the times before. A fleeting word, then silence, and I'm left waiting once more. But I'm still here, still holding on, still dreaming of the days when you were small. I close my eyes and hear your laughter, but now you never call. Oh, my love will never fade, no matter how the years go by. I'm still here, I'm still waiting for just a little time. I remember your tiny fingers holding tight as we crossed the street. The way you ran when you were hurting, and I'd kiss away your tears so sweet. I know life moves so fast, and you've got a world of your own. But darling, don't forget the woman who raised you all alone. I'm still here, still holding on, still dreaming of the days when you were small. I close my eyes and hear your laughter, but now you never call. Oh, my love will never fade, no matter how the years go by. I'm still here, I'm still waiting for just a little time. Maybe one day you'll remember, maybe one day you'll come home. But if you wait too long, my dear, one day I'll be gone. I'm still here, but for how long?
Ladies and gentlemen, if my heart gave out right now, if I dropped dead on this stage, I'd go with a smile on my face. Not because I ain't afraid of dying. I've been scared plenty, scared so bad I used to hold myself together at night just to keep from losing my mind. But because I've lived a life where every heartbeat's a scar, every breath a plea for forgiveness. My name's James Sullivan. I'm 75 years old, and I'm a priest. But before I found God, I was a soldier, a survivor, crawling out of the ashes of war, a ghost stumbling through my own darkness. I'm standing here today not for fame, not to show off. I'm here to tell y'all that no matter how deep Life drags you down. No matter how much you think you've lost, there's still a light. I found that light even with blood on my hands, even with a heart so broken I thought it'd never beat again. I was born in a little nowhere town called Cloverdale, Tennessee, back in 1950. My dad was a coal miner, a hard man with calloused hands and a voice like the wind rattling through those dark tunnels. My mom, Ruth, she was the toughest woman I ever knew. She raised 5 of us kids on scraps, cornbread and beans most nights, and Bible stories she'd read by the flicker of an oil lamp. I was the baby, a skinny kid with big eyes and bigger dreams of being a pilot, soaring over the clouds to escape the hunger gnawing at our bellies. But life don't care much for a kid's dreams. When I was 16, my dad died in a mine collapse. They brought him home, his face black with coal dust, eyes shut like he was just sleeping. I stood there watching my mom hold him and cry so quiet it broke me. And for the first time I wondered, where's God when we need him? Things got harder after that. Mom worked herself to the bone in a sewing factory to keep us fed, but it was never enough. Then, in 1968, when I turned 18, the Vietnam War came knocking. I didn't want to go. Who'd want to leave their mom, leave those golden cornfields of Tennessee to walk into hell? But I didn't have a choice. I got my draft notice, and Mom saw me off at the Cloverdale train station. She stood there, tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks, holding my hand and saying, "Jimmy, God's going to watch over you. Don't forget to pray." I nodded to make her feel better, but deep down, I didn't buy it. If God was real, why'd he take my dad? Why'd he let a war rip the world apart? I put on that uniform, grabbed my rifle, and climbed aboard that train, not knowing I'd never come back the same Jimmy. War ain't like anything I ever pictured. I landed in Vietnam in March of '68, an 18-year-old kid with bright eyes and a heart full of dumb hope. But a few weeks in, that kid was gone. They sent me to an infantry unit in the Mekong Delta, where every day was a fight to stay alive. I watched my buddies die. Tommy, my best friend, got blown apart by a mine right in front of me. We were patrolling through the jungle, Tommy walking a few steps ahead, cracking jokes about marrying his girl back home. Then, boom! The ground shook, smoke everywhere, and Tommy was gone. I ran to him, but all that was left was half of him, blood soaking the dirt. I held what was left, screaming his name, but he didn't answer. I sat there in that jungle, cradling his broken body, and I cried like a baby. I looked up at the sky and yelled, "Where are you, God? Where are you when we're dying out here?" But there was no answer, just gunfire and bombs ringing in my ears. I made it through 2 years there, 68 to 70. Came back to the States with a jagged scar on my left shoulder from a shrapnel hit and a soul torn to pieces. But I wasn't Jimmy no more. I was a shell. Nightmares kept me up. Tommy's screams, the blood, the faces of the men I killed. Yeah, I killed people. I didn't want to, but war don't give you a choice. I remember one time in a little village facing down a Vietnamese soldier. He was young like me, eyes wide with fear, hands shaking on his gun. I pulled the trigger first. He dropped, blood pooling around him, and I stood there watching his eyes fade out. I kept asking myself, who am I? A soldier or a murderer? I didn't know. Back home, I couldn't fit in. I drank myself stupid, wandered the streets of Memphis, picking fights with anyone who looked at me too long. My mom tried to pull me back. She'd show up at my rundown apartment with a loaf of her cornbread, sit there praying over me, but I shoved her away. I told her, Stop praying for me, Mom. God gave up on me a long time ago. She'd look at me, tears in her eyes, but she didn't argue. I knew I was hurting her, but I couldn't stop. I hated myself, hated the world that turned me into this. In 72, Mom died of a heart attack. She went quiet, left me her old Bible and a letter. She wrote, "Jimmy, you're my light. No matter how lost you get, God's gonna find you." I read it, then chucked it in a corner. I wasn't ready to believe. My life kept spiraling. Then in 75, I met Mary. She was a nurse at the hospital where I got patched up after a bar fight. She had this gentle way about her, these blue eyes like a summer sky. Mary believed I could be the old Jimmy again. We got married that year, and in 76, we had a son, Michael. Holding Michael that first time, I thought, maybe this is my shot to make things right. I tried to be a good husband, a good dad, got a job at a shipyard, cut back on the booze, even went to church a few times because Mary wanted it. But the war wouldn't let me go. The nightmares came back. I'd wake up screaming, scaring Mary and Michael half to death. I got mean, couldn't control it. One night, after a bad fight, Mary took Michael and left. She stood at the door, tears streaming, and said, "Jimmy, I can't live with a man who's already dead inside." I dropped to my knees, begging her to stay, but she walked out. I lost him. In 1980, word came that Mary and Michael died in a car wreck. Their car went off a bridge outside Nashville. No survivors. I went to the funeral, stood way back, watching their coffins go into the ground. I didn't dare get close. I didn't deserve to. I killed them, not with my hands, but with my weakness, with the pain I couldn't shake. I stayed by their graves all night, rain pouring down, screaming, "God, if you're real, why'd you take everything from me?" I was done. I pulled out my old service pistol, put it to my temple, finger shaking on the trigger. But then, in that storm, I heard a voice, not out loud, but deep inside me. It said, "James, I never left you. I didn't pull that trigger, don't know why, but I felt this warmth cut through the freezing rain." I tossed the gun aside and stumbled into a little church nearby. I fell to my knees at the altar, and for the first time in decades, I prayed. I didn't ask for anything for myself, just said, "God, if you still got a use for me, give me a reason to keep going." And he answered, not with thunder or miracles, but with quiet. The ache in my chest lightened like someone was carrying it with me. I stayed there all night, and when the sun came up, I knew I had to change. That's when my new life started. I studied theology at a small seminary in Kentucky, and in 95, at 45, I became a priest. I've been all over since then, from the slums of Detroit, helping homeless folks find a spark of hope, to war zones in the Middle East, holding orphans and praying over dying soldiers. I've met people like the old me, lost souls chewed up by war and loss. I've held their hands, listened to their stories, shared mine. Every time I help someone, it's like I'm clawing back a piece of what I owe. But I ain't doing it alone. God's right there, guiding me. Now at 75, I ain't got much time left. My body's falling apart. Legs shake when I walk. Hands can't lift what they used to. But my heart's never been stronger. I've lived a life full of hurt. Lost my dad, my friends, my family. Lost myself in war's shadows. But I found the light, and that light's God. He didn't promise me an easy road, but he promised he'd never leave me. I'm here on America's Got Talent, not for glory or cash. I'm here to tell y'all, no matter how low life drags you, no matter how hopeless it feels, there's a light waiting. I'm living proof. What's left of my life, I'm giving it to carry other folks' pain. I pray nobody has to go through what I did. Watching a friend die in your arms, losing a family 'cause you couldn't hold it together, standing in the rain with a gun to your head. I pray for y'all, every soul in this room, every person watching me out there, to find happiness, to feel loved, to live in the light. If I've got a talent, it's surviving the dark to find hope. I can't sing worth a lick, can't dance to save my life, but I can pray for all of us. And if God lets me, I'll use my last breath to say, thank you, Lord, for never giving up on me.
Hey everybody, my name's Amina. I'm 10 years old and I'm from Gaza. I'm standing here today on this huge stage, and I don't even know how to say everything I want to say. I'm not good at talking to big crowds. Back home, I was just a kid who liked jumping rope with my friends in the alley, or sitting with my dad while he told me stories about the stars. But now, I want to tell you about my life, about what I've seen, what I've been through, and what I've lost. I don't know if you'll get it, but I'm gonna try my best. I used to have a family. My dad, my Baba, was the kindest person I ever knew. He worked at this little shop near our house, selling bread and random stuff. He'd come home every day with dusty hands, but he'd always smile at me. He'd say, "Amina, you're my brightest star." I loved hearing that, 'cause every night he'd sit with me outside and point up at the sky, telling me about the constellations he knew. He said somewhere up there, there's a star with my name on it, and it'll shine no matter how dark things get. I believed him, 'cause Baba never lied. My mom was different. She didn't tell stories, but she cooked the best food. We didn't have much. We were poor, but she'd make every meal feel warm. Some days it was just dry bread and a little stewed beans, but she'd add some salt, a splash of olive oil, and it'd taste amazing. I miss the smell of her baking bread, the way she'd rub my head when I finished my plate. I had a big brother too, Sammy. He was 4 years older than me, and he loved messing with me. He'd call me lazy cat, 'cause I'd rather sit and listen to stories than run around like him. But Sammy was the best. Whenever we got something good, like dried dates or a rare piece of cake Baba brought home, he'd let me have it. "Eat it, Amina," he'd say. "You're little, you need to grow." I'd laugh, but deep down, I knew he wanted it too. He just wouldn't admit it. Sammy loved soccer. He'd drag his friends out to the street to play, and I'd sit there watching him run and laugh, his voice echoing through our little alley. Our house wasn't big, just a small place made of bricks with a tin roof. When it rained, water leaked everywhere, and Mom would grab pots to catch the drips. But I didn't mind, 'cause it always felt cozy inside. I had my own little spot, a worn-out rug Mom laid out for me, and on it was this cloth doll she made. I named her Layla. I'd hug Layla when I slept, pretending she was my little sister. Outside, I had friends too. There was Fatima, who lived next door. She was a year younger, but ran so fast. We'd play jump rope, tying old scraps into a long cord. Sometimes we'd get tired and sit under this olive tree near the house, catching our breath and telling stories. Fatima said she wanted to be a doctor when she grew up, to help people in Gaza. I didn't know what I wanted to be, but I loved listening to her dream, 'cause her voice was so full of life. But then everything changed. I don't even know how to tell it, but one day all the things I loved were gone. It was an afternoon. I was inside with Layla, and Mom was in the kitchen making bread.
Baba had just gotten home from work. He was sitting outside smoking. Sammy was off somewhere with his friends. Then I heard this sound in the sky, like a plane, but louder, angrier. I wasn't too scared at first, 'cause in Gaza, you hear stuff like that a lot. But this time, it was different. It got closer, and the ground shook. All of a sudden, the whole world exploded. I don't know what happened. I just heard Mom scream, "Amina, run!" But before I could move, before I could figure it out, the walls crashed down. I fell. My head hit something, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I didn't recognize my house anymore. It was just rubble. I called for Mom, for Baba, for Sammy, but no one answered. I crawled out of the mess, my hands and knees all scratched up, but I didn't care. I had to find my family. I saw Baba first. He was lying under a big slab of concrete, his eyes still open, like he was looking at me. I shook him. I cried. I yelled, "Baba, wake up! It's me! It's Amina!" But he didn't move. He didn't say anything. I looked for Mom. I dug through the bricks with my hands, my nails tearing, but I couldn't find her. I shouted for Sammy, ran out to the street hoping he was okay, but all I saw was smoke, dust, and people screaming. I couldn't find anybody. Not Mom, not Sammy, nobody. I sat there in the ruins, holding Layla, the only thing I had left. She's torn on one side now, but I clung to her. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I just sat there, crying until it got dark. People passed by. They looked at me, but they were running, crying too. No one stopped. No one helped. Since that day, I don't have a home anymore. I wander the streets of Gaza, sleeping wherever I can, against a broken wall, under a busted roof, or in empty houses. I'm cold, I'm hungry, but I don't know who to ask for help. I eat scraps of bread people throw away, drink rainwater from puddles. Some days I don't have anything. I just sit there, holding my stomach, holding Layla, and remembering home. I miss Baba's star stories, Mom's bread, Sammy's laugh. I miss Fatima too, but I don't know if she's alive. I walked by where her house used to be. It's just rubble now, like mine. I called her name, but no one answered. I think she's gone too, like Baba, like Mom, like Sammy. I started asking myself, why me? Why am I still here when everyone I love isn't? I don't get it. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm just a kid. I just wanted to jump rope, eat Mom's food, listen to Baba's tales. But now I've got nothing. No family, no friends, no home, not even dreams. I live day by day. Some nights I hear explosions far off, and I curl up tight, scared it's my turn next. Some days I see other kids like me, wandering around, their eyes empty, like they've given up. I want to talk to them, ask if they've got family left, but I'm too afraid. I'm scared of what they'll say, scared they're alone like me. So I started singing, those lullabies Mom used to hum to me. My voice is small, raspy from hunger, but I keep singing. I sing to remember Mom, to forget the cold, to tell myself I'm still here. Today, I'm standing on this stage. I don't know how I got here, but I want you to hear my story. I'm not asking for anything. I just want to sing a song, the one Mom sang to me. I want you to know that in Gaza, there are kids like me, trying to make it through every day, even when there's nothing left to hold on to. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring, but right now, I'm singing for my family, for the people I love, for Gaza. Thanks for listening to me.
Underneath beneath a broken sky, I sit alone. Dust and ash where my home once stood, now gone. Baba stars don't shine no more, they're lost to me. Mama's voice, a whisper in the breeze, I can't retrieve. But in my heart I carry them, they're my only home. Oh, let this lullaby rise through the smoke and the cries, a song for the ones who fell in a world that's not right. No more war, no more pain, let it fade like the rain. I sing for a day when no one feels the same. It haunts my dreams, so loud, so clear, so clear. Fatima's hopes, they're buried now beneath my tears. I hug my doll, my Layla tight. She's all I've got, a piece of cloth, a piece of love. In a world forgot, but I'll keep walking step by step through nights so long. My voice may shake, but still I sing this fragile song. They took my life, yet here I stand, a little girl with nothing left but strength and trembling hands. Oh, let this lullaby rise through the smoke and the cries, a song for the ones who fell in a world that's not right. No more war, no more pain, let it fade like the rain. I sing for a day when no one feels the same. Why do bombs fall like raindrops from the sky? Why do kids like me have to say goodbye? I don't want your guns, your hate, your greed. I just want a world where hearts don't bleed. Take these tears, turn them into peace someday. Take this hurt, let it heal in every way. I'll keep singing louder, my voice is small, for every broken soul I'm praying for us all.
Hey everyone, standing here under these bright lights, my heart's pounding like crazy. It's not because I'm scared of your eyes on me, it's because I don't even know how to start telling you my story. A story I never thought I'd be sharing in a place so far from home. My name's Amina, I'm 15, and I'm from Gaza. In my hands is my violin. The only friend I've got left after war took everything I ever loved. Have you ever tried to imagine what it's like to lose it all in just one night? I used to have a family. Baba, my dad, with his warm smile. Mama, my mom, with those gentle hands that hugged me whenever I was scared. And my little brother Khalil, only 6, always chasing me around begging to hear me play. We lived in a little house in Gaza. We weren't rich, but we had so much laughter. Baba was a carpenter, and Mama would sing lullabies to me and Khalil every night. I can still smell her fresh-baked bread, hear Baba tapping the table to my violin practice. Those were the days I thought would last forever. But war doesn't care what you think. One night while I was sleeping, the first explosion hit. It was so loud I fell out of bed, my ears ringing, my heart frozen. I heard Mama scream my name and Khalil's. Baba burst in, yanked us out of bed, and we ran. The sky was glowing red with fire, the smoke so thick I couldn't breathe. I held Khalil's hand tight. He was crying, asking, "Amina, what's happening?" I couldn't answer him. I didn't know myself. We kept running, but then another blast hit, way too close. The ground shook and I fell hard. Khalil's hand slipped out of mine. When I turned back, dust and smoke swallowed everything. I screamed for Baba, for Mama, for Khalil, but no one answered. I crawled through the rubble, my hands and knees bleeding, yelling until my voice gave out. But I couldn't find them. It was just me, alone, standing in what used to be our home, now just a pile of broken bricks. That night, I lost everything. My family, my house, all the little dreams of a 15-year-old girl. But then I found my violin in the wreckage, under a burned piece of wood. It was scratched up, one string snapped, but it was there, like it was waiting for me. I hugged it tight and cried. Since that day, it's been my family, my voice, the only way I can hold on to memories of Baba, Mama, and Khalil. After that, I became a wanderer. Gaza didn't feel like home anymore. Streets that used to echo with kids playing were now just sirens and sobs. I went from place to place, no home, no family, just my violin on my shoulder. I'd play on the streets, surrounded by crumbled buildings, hoping to earn a bite of food or a sip of water. Some days I was so hungry I could barely stand, but I kept playing. My violin isn't just music. It's a plea, begging the world not to forget us, not to forget kids like me and Khalil. One time, an old man stopped to listen. He gave me a piece of bread and said, "Little girl, your music reminds me of my daughter. She loved music too, but she didn't survive last week's bombing." He cried and I cried too. I didn't know what to say, so I just held my violin tighter. I kept wondering, why does war take everything from us? Why don't the grown-ups stop and listen to kids like me crying? But I haven't given up hope. I believe Baba, Mama, and Khalil are still out there somewhere. Maybe they got trapped under the rubble and someone saved them. Maybe Khalil's calling my name, waiting for me to find him. I dream of the day I'll see them again, hug them so tight, and play my violin for them like I used to. That's why I'm here today, on this stage, in front of all of you. Getting here wasn't easy. I left Gaza on a tiny boat, packed in with dozens of others, not knowing if I'd live or die. I clung to my violin the whole way like it was my lifeline. When I got to this country, all I had were my torn-up shoes and this beat-up instrument. I played on street corners, in parks, anywhere people passed by, scraping by with whatever they'd toss my way. Then one day, a kind woman stopped to listen. She said, "Kid, your talent deserves to be heard by the world." She helped me sign up for America's Got Talent. I couldn't believe I'd end up here, but I knew I had to do this. For me, for my family, for everyone back in Gaza suffering like I did. When I play my violin, every note tells a story. It's Baba laughing when I hit a wrong note, Mama's lullabies, Khalil clapping for more. It's the pain of sleeping on the streets, the hunger that gnaws at you, the fear of not knowing if you'll survive tomorrow, but most of all, it's hope. Hope that I'll find my family someday. Hope that the world will see us, hear us, and stop letting kids like me go through this. You might not fully get what I've been through, but I hope you can feel my heart in this music. I don't want pity. I just want you to listen, and if you can, help me share this story. Maybe one day, Baba, Mama, and Khalil will see me on TV and know I'm still looking for them. Maybe they'll hear my violin and find their way back to me. I'm just a 15-year-old girl from Gaza, no home, no family, but I've got my music, and I've got hope. Today, I'm playing this song for Baba, Mama, and Khalil, for everyone we've lost in the war and for those still fighting to survive. I hope you'll listen, feel it, and never forget us. Thank you for letting me stand here, and now I'm gonna play, not just for you to hear, but for my heart to speak.
Hi, everybody. Hi, judges. My name's Lily. I'm 14 years old. I come from a little town you've probably never heard of. I'm standing here today, not just for me, but for my little brother, Sam. He's just over a year old, and he's all I've got left in this world. I'm not real good with words, you know, but I hope you'll listen to my story, 'cause it's not easy to tell, and it sure hasn't been easy to live through. I used to have a family, a real one. It wasn't perfect or anything, but to me, it was everything. My mom, she ran this tiny flower shop on the corner of our street. It was so small, but it always smelled amazing, like roses, daisies, and that earthy scent she loved so much. She'd say flowers were her way of making the world a little prettier, even if just for a moment. She didn't make a lot of money, but she was always smiling. Her smile was so bright, like morning sunshine, warming up everything around her. My dad, he was a worker at this company close to home. He'd leave early, come back late, all tired and quiet. He didn't talk much, but I knew he loved Mom. I could tell 'cause every night he'd sit at the kitchen table, watching her arrange flowers, telling her about his day. Me, I was just a regular kid. I'd run around outside, listen to Mom sing these old lullabies, and mess around with my violin. Mom taught me how to play when I was real little. She said music was the one thing that'd always stick with you, no matter what else left. Back then, I didn't really get what she meant. I just loved dragging the bow across the strings, hearing those sounds come out like they were telling some story I didn't fully understand yet. Everything changed when I was 12. That's when Mom had Sam, my baby brother. I remember sitting in the living room that day, hugging my violin, so excited for Dad to come home with good news. But when he walked in, his eyes were all red, and he didn't say a word, just collapsed into a chair. Mom, she didn't make it. The doctors said it was a tough birth, She lost too much blood, and they couldn't save her. She was gone, right there in the hospital, leaving me, Dad, and Sam, a newborn who didn't even get to see her face. That day, it felt like my whole world fell apart, but I didn't have time to cry much. 'Cause Sam needed me. He was so tiny, so fragile, crying all night long. I didn't know anything about babies, how to change a diaper, make a bottle, or stop him from wailing, but I had to figure it out, 'cause there was no one else. Dad, he wasn't the same after that. He loved Mom so much, maybe too much. Losing her broke him. He started drinking, a lot. Some nights, he'd come home and just sit in the kitchen, holding a bottle, staring off like he was somewhere else. He stopped talking to me, stopped looking at Sam. I'd hear him mutter stuff like, "Why'd she leave me? Why'd she leave me with them?" I didn't get it all, but I knew he was hurting. Then he got worse. He'd yell when Sam cried, smash things around the house. One time, he looked right at me and Sam and said, "If it weren't for you two, she'd still be here." Those words cut me deep, like a knife twisting in my chest. I didn't know what to say. I just hugged Sam tight and hid in the corner. Then one day, Dad left. It was a cold morning. I woke up, and the house was empty. No Dad, no note, nothing. Just me and Sam. With whatever was left in that little house. He never came back. I don't know where he went, if he's even alive, or if he just forgot us. All I knew was it was me and Sam now, and that was it. I was 12. Sam wasn't even a month old. I had no clue how to keep us going. We couldn't pay rent, and pretty soon, they kicked us out. I grabbed what I could. A couple clothes, my violin, Sam's last bottle, and we left. Since then, we've had no home. Some nights, we sleep at the train station, where the trains rumble so loud Sam wakes up crying. Other nights, I find a street corner and stack some cardboard to keep the rain off us. Those first days, I was terrified. I didn't know how we'd survive, how I'd keep Sam fed and warm. But I had my violin. It's the only thing Mom left me, besides Sam. So I started playing on the streets, anywhere people might stop. I'd stand at the market, the station, busy sidewalks. Some folks listened, tossed me a few coins. Some days, I made enough for a box of formula for Sam. Other days, no one cared, and I'd skip eating so he wouldn't go hungry. He's so little. He needs food. He needs sleep. Me? I've got to be strong, even when all I want to do is break down. Every night, I play the lullaby Mom used to sing to me. I'm not great at singing, but I want Sam to hear it, to know he's not alone. On freezing nights, I wrap him up in my coat, hold him close, and play even when my fingers are numb. One time, he was crying because he was so hungry, and I had nothing to give him. I just sat there, hugging him, crying too, but then I wiped my face, got up, and kept playing. I can't give up, not for me, but for him. I'm 14 now. For 2 years it's been like this, moving around, no home, no family. Some people look at me with pity. Some turn away like I'm invisible. I don't want pity though. I want a chance. I'm here today, on this stage, 'cause I want to change Sam's life. I want him to have a real house, a warm bed where he doesn't shiver all night. I want him to stop crying from hunger, to grow up somewhere better than these cold, windy streets. I want him to have a childhood, something I lost when Mom died. When Dad walked out, I don't know what's going to happen next. But I believe in music. Mom said it's the one thing that stays with you. And she was right. It stayed with me through the hunger, the cold, the times I thought I couldn't keep going. I don't play this violin to get famous. I play it to survive, to feed Sam, to hold on to a tiny bit of hope that things can get better someday. If I had one wish right now, it wouldn't be for me. It'd be for Sam. I want him to grow up without fear, without starving. I want him to know his big sister did everything she could to keep him safe. And if I could stand here and sing him a real lullaby, not in the rain, not in the freezing wind, that'd be the happiest thing I could imagine. So here's a song for Sam. It's all I've got to give him right now.
Sleep, little baby, close your eyes tight. I'll hold you close through this cold, dark night. Wind may howl, skies may fade to gray, but I'm right here, I won't go away. Through hunger and hurt, through every tear, I'll love you always, year after year. Sleep, little baby, dream something sweet. Someday we'll find a home safe and complete.
I'm sorry if I made y'all sad. This is my story, mine and Sam's. I hope you'll give me a shot to give him a better life. Thank you for listening.
Dear everyone, my name is Jake. I am only 7 years old, but I have seen things that no child should ever witness. I stand here today, on this stage, before people who are free, people who still have their families, their homes, and I beg you to listen to me. I once had a beautiful family. My parents were the most wonderful people. They taught me that even when life gets hard, we must always respect one another and never lose hope. My mother would tuck me into bed every night, whispering a prayer, telling me that God watches over us. My father would lift me onto his shoulders and carry me through the market, laughing as I pointed at the bright colors of the fruit stands. I remember my little sister, her tiny fingers curling around mine, her laughter like the soft ringing of a bell. But then everything changed. War came. One night we were all together at home when the sirens wailed. My father grabbed me, and my mother held my baby sister close as we ran into the streets. There was fire, there was noise, and then nothing. When I woke up, I was alone. I called for them, I searched for them, but they were gone. Now I carry my sister in my arms, just as my mother once did. She is all I have left, and I protect her with everything in me. We walk the streets, asking for food, for shelter, for kindness. Some people help, Some people turn away. I know they are afraid, just like I am, but I still believe. I still have faith. My mother told me that God is with us, even in the darkest of times. She said that He does not abandon us, even when we feel lost. And I hold on to that belief, because if I don't, I have nothing left. I remember the days when my father would lift me high into the air, making me feel like I could fly. I remember the warm meals, the bedtime stories, the love in my mother's eyes, and I miss them. Every moment of every day, I miss them. No child should have to live like this. No child should have to carry their baby sister through ruined streets, searching for kindness in a world that has been torn apart. That is why I am here today, not just to tell you my story, but to ask you, beg you, to see, to feel, to understand. War takes everything. It takes homes, it takes families, it takes childhoods, and it leaves behind only pain. Please, let there be no more war. Let no other child stand where I stand now. Let no more families be torn apart. Let love, kindness, and peace be the future we create together. Thank you.
I used to run through golden fields with Mama's voice so soft and real. Daddy's hands would lift me high, touch the clouds, I'd touch the sky. But now the skies are filled with fire, echoes loud of fear and cries. I hold my sister close tonight, whisper hope beneath the night. Don't let the world forget my name. Don't let the stars fade out in shame. I'm just a child with dreams to keep, lost in war, but I still believe. I close my eyes and see the past. Laughter, love, how did it pass? Footsteps light on dusty ground, now just echoes, not a sound. But even in the coldest night, I pray to God to hold me tight. If love still lives in hearts so true, maybe peace can find us too. Don't let the world forget my name. Don't let the stars fade out in shame. I'm just a child with dreams to keep, lost in war, but I still believe. If you hear me, take my hand, build a world where love can stand. No more fire, no more pain, let me run through fields again. So don't let the world forget my name. Don't let the stars fade out in shame. I'm just a child, but I still dream of a world where peace will be.
Hey, I'm John Anderson. I'm 70 years old now, a Vietnam vet who thought he'd seen the worst life could throw at him back in the war. I was wrong. After I got out of the service, I came back to Los Angeles and started over. With what little I'd saved from the Army, I opened a small restaurant called Mary's Kitchen, named after my mom who'd passed when I was young. It was just a little spot, nothing fancy, serving up burgers, fries, and apple pie, the kind of food that warms your soul. I never expected it to take off the way it did. Pretty soon, it was a local favorite, packed every night with folks who loved the home-cooked vibes. That place gave me a life I never thought I'd have. Full, happy, damn near perfect. I met Linda, the love of my life, a woman with a smile that could light up the darkest days. We got married, had 2 amazing kids. Michael, 32, a sharp engineer with big dreams, and Emily, 30, a sweet elementary school teacher who give you the shirt off her back. We all lived together in this nice house out in the LA suburbs, big trees, quiet streets, the works. Every night, we'd sit around the dinner table laughing, talking about their jobs, planning weekends. At 70, I'd look around and think, man, I made it. After all that hell in Vietnam, I've got everything I need right here. Then came November 15th, 2024. It was one of those dry, windy nights in LA. Too dry, too windy. We'd been hearing about wildfires on the news, how the Santa Ana winds were kicking up trouble, how the drought had turned the hills into a tinderbox. I didn't think much of it. Fires happened out there, not here. That night, we were all home, just finished dinner, sprawled out in the living room, watching some old movie Linda loved. Around 10 p.m., I caught a whiff of smoke. Sharp, thick, wrong. I bolted outside and saw it. The sky glowing red over Hollywood Hills, sparks dancing in the wind. "Guys, we gotta go now," I yelled, my heart pounding. It all went to hell so fast. Before we could grab anything, the fire was on us. A big pine tree out back got knocked over by the wind, smashed into the power lines, and sent sparks flying onto our roof. Next thing I knew, the house was burning. Linda screamed, "Michael, Emily, get out!" I ran to the kitchen where Michael was wrestling with a fire extinguisher, flames already licking up the curtains. "Forget it, son! Run!" I shouted, yanking him toward the door. Emily and Linda were heading for the back exit, but the smoke was so thick I could barely see. I heard Linda call out, "John, help me!" And Emily coughing, choking. I tried to get to them, but a beam crashed down from the ceiling, blocking my way. The heat was unbearable, the smoke blinding. I pushed at that damn beam with everything I had, screaming their names, "Linda, Michael, Emily!" But the fire roared back louder. I don't know how I got out. Maybe a firefighter dragged me from the wreckage. I don't remember. I woke up in a hospital bed, hooked to machines, and they told me the news. Linda, Michael, and Emily didn't make it. The fire took them, took our house, took everything. I was the only one left. The insurance folks came through quick with a fat check, enough to rebuild the house, start over if I wanted. But money? It's just paper now. What good is it when I've lost Linda, my rock for 40 years, the woman who held me through every nightmare? When I've lost Michael, my strong, brilliant boy, and Emily, my little girl with a heart bigger than the world? They were my whole damn life, and without